Thank you so much for reading my book. I thank God that I was able to write this work. I hope that one day an American director will create a movie about this sensational story. Laughing face. Always have a nice day, and once again thank you. Sometimes we do not know if we are going forward or backward. Sometimes we walk and realize that we are walking in circles and coming back to the same place. What makes you have this perception, is when you break the selfish barrier. The Alpha, Chapter 1. Page 1. In the year 2353, after many advances and setbacks, a group of scientists and programmers created a being they called Perfection, the 11th line of android robots, called the creation of man, a unique android with human feelings. A perfect machine, in all aspects, however, nothing is perfect. From outside an experiment room, several scientists are prepared to test the being in which they created. The first test would just turn it on, to see how this would behave. Scientists named him 11 for being the first, 11th line of androids. Created by ECMI, Cybernetic Technology Laboratory, Entertainment Cybernetic Machine Intelligence. The most famous artificial intelligence laboratory in the world, in Montpellier, France. Page 2. At exactly 11 a.m. they decide to take the test, to test how the android will react, with only its human capabilities and human intelligence, with its experiment Robbins Valkyr, a black man with the appearance of about 35.36 years. Bald, tall, and muscular, with a little beard and eyeglasses and dressed in a white scientist's coat. Yes, it's time to get down to business, can I turn it on? Says Williams Robert, a fat white man about 1.64 tall, with long hair and ponytail style, with sunglasses and white scientist coat, appears to be about 45 years old. Yes, expect to be 11 o'clock sharp, says Kelly, a slim blonde scientist who appears to be 1.70 tall, blonde with hair tied in a bun, blue eyes. She appears to be 40 years old. And there are many other scientists and staff around, waiting to see the solution. Page 3. After 11 o'clock, they turn on the light of the room where 11 was, with the floors of smooth and blue floors, in a mirrored room, which you can see everything for those who are in the room on the other side, where the leading scientists and higher echelon and sponsors, looking behind the room, sitting around a big dark table and sitting in dark chairs, and the room is green with white lighting, very modern room. And the others in the lower echelon witness 11 across the workers' hall through a hologram reflector screen that shows 11 in the room. Want a countdown? Says Williams, looking at the other scientists and sponsors with a look of fear. It doesn't need a countdown, turn it on, says Adriana, another chief scientist, sitting in the room. Yes, turn it on, says Robbins, sitting and tapping his fingers on the table rather anxiously. Williams activates Android 11. The android looks at the mirror in the room and is watching himself for a few seconds and realizes that he is white, with low hair, military cut, lightly muscular and tall with 1.85 tall, and is naked in the room. 11 tries to cover himself with both hands, but one of your hands is attached to a chain. Then he covers your penis organ with just one hand. I am stuck. Where am I? Who am I? And why this light? 11 says with concern, just like a man who doesn't know what happened to him. Page 4. Robbins motions for Williams to turn on the microphone. Williams makes an OK sign with his hand and opens a smile. Everyone in the room has a huge smile of pride on their face. Hi 11, my name is Robbins, nice to meet you. I'm 11. My name is 11. Says 11 in a serene and peaceful way. Yes, your name is 11, you are the one hero that is stuck. Am I a hero? Says 11 confused, if I'm a hero why am I stuck? You're not stuck 11, you just don't remember what happened, but you're a hero. I do not remember being a hero, I just know that there is a thirst for justice in me. I don't know who I am, I just know I'm somebody, but I don't remember who. Yes 11, you are a hero, little by little you will realize this. Page 5. Robbins, signal Williams to turn off the robot. Williams, do it and say. You're a genius at telling him you're a hero, but tricking him, it's not very good to do that. True Robbins, Williams is right, Norberto says, one of the sponsors of the scientists, brown and tall, wearing dark glasses and a suit and tie. Remember Astaraf is on the loose and committing disasters, and that's one of the reasons. It's Robbins, you can't always fool them. Says Adriana, one of the chief programmers, black, with a fit body, 1.80 tall, curly hair and glasses, formally dressed in one of the company's clothes, which is a blue knee-length skirt and a blue female jacket. Page 6. Well, on the one hand he is 100% with a sense of justice, and is peaceful. And calling him a hero was amazing. We called him a few days ago and he won't know who we are, he just knows he's a hero. Literally he's a hero, right? Says Robbins with his hands on the table looking into the eyes of all people. Robbins is right, he is the hero, we created him to destroy the rest of the 10th lineage, says Kelly. Well, it was a success for me, says Alejandro, one of the project's participants, blonde with his hair combed back, tall in a suit and tie. He seems to be very human, it's not like those disasters you built from the 10th line. Well, then we can celebrate. The first test was a success. The test as agreed was to know if he had a notion of who he was and where he was and if he would react with violence to the current. Well, nothing bad happened, so let's celebrate, says Robbins. Page 7. I don't agree, says Derek, one of the programmers, a young white guy with glasses, tall, thin, curly hair and wearing a white coat. A guy with the appearance of about 25 years and with a nerd face. We need more tests, many, and this one was extremely fast. Yes, Derek, but everything needs to have a beginning. Let's celebrate, says Robbins, taking a champagne and glasses from the cupboard and opening it. Everyone celebrates the success, those in the lounge toast with champagne and those in the lounge toast with beer and wine. After a full day of partying and drinking, Robbins places his hand on the left door of his autonomous car and the car identifies. Robbins opens the door. Robbins enters the car and gives the command to go home and lie down, and turn on the hologram TV in the car, lie down and start watching the news. Page 8. Female reporter, Channel 6. French Chancellor, was brutally murdered this Monday morning by an android of the 9th line. He was murdered inside the house. The camera record captured the whole moment. Beware strong scenes. In the camera record, the android, in which he was doing security and day and night rounds at the Chancellor's house, on the day at 13:30, takes an axe and attacks his neck so hard from behind, that the only thing he can do is, if you see it, is the Chancellor falling to one side and his head going to the other, and the images on the hologram TV are blurry so as not to show the Chancellor's body and head. News reporter. Alleging that the 9th lineage android was hacked by another 10th lineage android, we spoke to one of the Chancellor's sons this afternoon who witnessed it all across the courtyard. Page 9. Chancellor's son. I saw everything. He attacked my father out of nowhere, and he kept looking at me as if everything was normal. These freaks have to stop. But your father had about 6 androids of the 9th lineage and was a full supporter of those androids, right? Yes. He believed that the androids would protect him much more against a Bloodline 10 or a Bloodline 9 cracked, than an improved soldier, but unfortunately someone cracked one of the androids. And why the android did not attack you? I don't know. I thought he was going to kill me too, but he looked at me and continued walking as if nothing had happened. I told everyone to go outside, the human employees, but the robots also obeyed me, because they also obeyed me. Obey. Page 10. News reporter. So you gave the order for everyone to leave? And even robots obeyed him? Yes, the weird thing is that 2 robots that saw my father's body when they left, became obsolete. And the ones who didn't see it? Those who didn't see it left the house and stayed outside with the human employees who didn't see my father's body either. Robbins turns off the hologram TV. Phone ringtone, on Robbins' hologram watch. Robbins look, it's called Kelly. Robbins clicks the button and Kelly appears on the screen. You already know what happened this morning, at the same time as the presentation of 11? Says Kelly with a blue formal clothes, already at home. Page 11. Yes, I saw. Look, the 9th lineage androids are more than efficient to work in our service. Okay, if they were cracked, it was because someone activated the internet on one of them. They have some intelligence capacity, but not like a 10th-lined android. Good night, we'll talk tomorrow. Robbins turns off the hologram clock. Robbins' car arrives and enters the garage alone. Robbins sends the car door open and the car opens, gets out and it closes. Robbins swipes his owner ID card and the door opens and he enters. Walk down the hall, go to the bathroom, have the bathtub appear, open a hole in the floor in the shape of a bathtub. Robbins asks for hot water and a massage and the bathtub obeys. Robbins sits down and relaxes, then Robbins gets up, dries and goes to kitchen, order whiskey from the fridge, and put the glass down and put the whiskey down. Robbins takes a sip, puts the glass in the sink and goes upstairs. When Robbins arrives, his wife is sleeping on her side. Robbins lies on the bed with his belly up and one arm resting on his head. His wife turns around and kisses him. Page 12. How is it, did you test Android? Says Melissa, wife of Robbins, a blonde of about 1.65 in height, blue eyes, long hair, and slightly curly, a body with a lot of curves, with the age of about 25 years. Yes love, everything worked. Isn't he a psychopath like Astaraf? Melissa says, kissing him on the cheek. No, on the contrary, unlike Astaraf the test was quite peaceful. I hope he destroys all the androids of the 10th first lineage, says Melissa. Yes love, Robbins says, kissing her on the head. That deserves a reward, Melissa says with a sexy look. Page 13. Melissa gives Robbins healed abdomen by licking it on the bed, pulls her sleep pants and strips Robbins, gives a smile and then kisses Robbins' cock. Robbins closes her eyes and starts to feel Melissa's mouth going and coming on his cock, and all that Robbins sees when he opens his eyes is see Melissa with her blonde head coming and going very slowly and she looking at him deep in her eyes. Robbins sees Melissa's eyes shining, then Robbins, he tells her to go on top, Melissa obeys, and sits in an exceptional way. Robbins sees Melissa's breasts sway as she feels the openness that Melissa makes her vagina. After about 30 minutes like this, Robbins says he's going to ejaculate. Robbins squeezes Melissa around the waist and jams her member in Melissa, who leans on the lap of her uterus, and ejaculates hot inside. Melissa smiles, lies down on Robbins and says in her ear, "You always send very well my nigga," says Melissa, standing on top of Robbins and kissing him on the mouth. "You too sweetie," Robbins says, feeling the kiss, Melissa's hair and her scent of jasmine perfume and hair cream. Page 14. Robbins goes to sleep. Robbins walks through the company and sees several people lying on the floor, and when he arrives at the laboratory, he sees Williams lying down holding one of his hands on his pierced chest and with blood coming out of his mouth. Williams. "R.O., R.O., Robbins, 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 he's gone mad, run away Robbins, Robbins, Robbins. Robbins, Robbins, love, Melissa." "Hey? What?" says Robbins, scared, runs his hand over his beard, and realizes he was just dreaming. "Love, your alarm clock rang about 3 times and then I decided to wake you up." "It is good too?" says Melissa with her hair still messed up and in her nightwear sitting on the edge of the bed. Page 15. "Oh yeah, I'm fine," says Robbins sitting on the bed with one hand on his head. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes, no biggie." "And how it was?" "Love, dreams are just dreams, you know that, and thank you for waking me up." Robbins gets up from a kiss on Melissa's head and goes down the stairs, takes a shower and takes just a cup of coffee and goes to the company. Robbins is going to the company lying in his autonomous car, and while reading a book, the traffic stops at the light and Norberto makes a call to him on the hologram clock. Robbins answers. "Hello Norberto. Good morning." Page 16. "Good morning, Robbins. Is the subject you already know, we need more guys like 11 to profit. And see if there is AE in the hologram man, you always have this shyness that gives a certain nervousness." Norberto says in a fast tone and with a certain nervousness. "Look, well, we still won't be able to make copies or models of 11, we would need to do numerous tests, so that no more disasters happen," says Robbins by audio only. "Yes, Robbins, but look at the financial hole, my friend, that you and the world suffered thanks to you, with Lineage 10, friend, you owe to God and the world, literally. The disasters made by you rebelled like the fallen angels in the Bible. In other words, in case 11 is compatible, my friend, an 11 here and there, you understand? To protect the population from the numbers 10. By the way, I want to know if he is compatible for combat like the 10 lineages, which are much superior to the 9, 8, and 7 lineages," Norberto says with a nervous face, adjusting his tie. Page 17. "Yes, let's make a combat test on 11, we did it with 100% reflex and combat intelligence, and with some abilities that the 10 bloodlines don't have. Friend, do you remember the 8th setback because of lineages 9, which were hacked thanks to the internet, and that we used Astaraf as a leader and combatant against lineages 7, 8 and 9. So friend, let us say that Astaraf created new war strategies that even we humans never imagined creating. The lineage 7 in the 7th throwback also did that, and we started using lineage 8 androids against them, and it was insufficient to stop the lineage 7 androids being extremely dumb, and so later we created the lineage 9 robots with intelligence limited artificial, which could only turn against the human race if hacked by a super hacker, and who hacked them? An android from line 7 that has been extinct. And now who hacks the lineage 9 androids are the demons created by you, the lineage 10 androids, and we don't know for sure if there are the Lineage 7 androids hidden by AE. And you could show your face on the hologram at least once, right? I don't feel comfortable talking to you like this, we seem to go back 500 years. Page 18. Yes, you are covered with reason, we can't go wrong, in the error of creating a snake to bite us again. And more, we created Astarath, but who multiplied the Lineage 10 androids was the government, for protection. And have a nice day. Robbins turns off the hologram in Norberto's face, and goes to the company. Arrive, get out of the car and get on the elevator, to your office at the top. Robbins arrives in the living room, takes off his suit and puts it on the chair, gets some coffee from the machine and sits in his chair and turns on a hologram with information about 11's psychic state. Williams knocks on the door that is already open and says, "Can I? Good morning, great man." And goes out into the room and messing with things. Since you're inside, you can. Good morning. Page 19. Look, I was watching earlier today about 11, I thought it was extraordinary, sensational, perfect. Says Williams, scratching one hand over his head. His brain is human, mixed with that of a machine. The interesting thing is that he dreams. Sensational big guy, he's practically a human, Williams says with a smile. Yeah, we did a great job. Says Robbins, looking at the hologram, giving little importance to Williams. Tap the hologram desk phone. Robbins looks and says, "It's Kelly. She didn't come to work today? I don't know. I better not answer." Robbins hangs up the company hologram phone. Page 20. Williams sits down and turns on the hologram clock, puts on a wireless headset to relax on, and puts on a rock song from the 1983 years, a song from 370 years ago. Kelly calls him. Williams sees him and thinks it might be something important and answers, while Robbins sees and analyzes some 11 stuff. "Big guy, you were supposed to pay attention, man, it's something," Williams says with a scared face. "Which?" says Robbins, looking at Williams with glasses. "Something," says Williams, biting his nails. Says Robbins in an impatient way. "Scary, turn on hologram TV," says Williams with his hand on his head in a state of concern. Page 21. Robbins turns on the hologram TV in his office. Reporter Channel 3. Norberto Woodmake Jr., the businessman, was brutally murdered by a robot, probably from Lineage 10, with a hood and glasses. Inside his autonomous car, Norberto had his head blown off with a punch, which went through the bank, and left him unrecognizable. The robot that killed Roberto is a brown-colored robot and has tattoos. "We are here with the police chief of the 25th Battalion, the suspect is an android of the 10th lineage." Yes, probably, everyone knows that Lineage 10 androids don't like to expose themselves, but they are completely impatient when someone says no to them, and they will personally kill important people like Dr. Norberto. Says the delegate, looking from one side to the other, afraid of another attack. Page 22. It's hopeless, even when these androids continued to run wild. "Until when will we suffer?" says the presenter of Channel 3 with a sad tone. Williams and Robbins look at each other and put their hands on their heads. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Williams say. Robbins sits down and puts a hand on his head and doesn't say a word for a few minutes. Kelly invades Robbins' room and asks, "None of you had any contact with Norberto at home, for God's sake?" "I talked to him today in the car, I'll have to throw my hologram watch away," says Robbins with one hand on his head in a state of worry. Page 23. The police are scared. Norberto talked to this android for about 30 minutes inside the car, and this android murdered him in cold blood. Says Kelly with a holographic iPad in hand. The registration of cameras did not pass on TV, but look at this, on this site. The video has no audio. However, he is talking to someone on his holographic watch. "Yes, it was me," says Robbins. "You didn't appear to him, right?" "Because I know you don't like to show your face on the holographic watch," Kelly says. "Yeah, I didn't show up to him. I saw him, he heard my audios," says Robbins. "Maybe he wanted you to appear to him at the request of that robot, so he could identify you," says Kelly. "Yes, he always asked me to show up, I thought that was a bit weird," says Robbins, taking off his glasses and cleaning it. They watch the video of Norberto and the supposed android. "Look, it's now." After the hologram is turned off, they have a conversation for about 10 minutes, until he starts begging not to die. He tries to get a stun baton in the corner of the car, but the robot holds it around his neck with one hand and the other. he hits it so hard that it looks like Norberto's head is a tomato being smashed against the bench by a hammer. Williams vomits as he sees the scene in HD on his holographic iPad. Chapter 2, The Search. Page 24. Robbins gets annoyed when he sees Williams vomiting on his desk in his office. Wow, Williams, that shit man, you're gonna clean all this up. ARG. I'm going to get out of here. You talked to Norberto today, I hope these freaks aren't on your tail. Says Williams, wiping his mouth on his shirt. Aberrations that we made, we created. Says Robbins, looking at the table full of vomit. Wait guys. Williams is right, you have to go to my house and send Melissa to go there immediately. Before it's too late. Says Kelly, trying to calm the situation. Yeah, you're right, says Robbins. Robbins turns on his hologram clock and calls Melissa. Love, you take what you need and go to Kelly's house immediately. Have the auto taxi take you there, I'll give you the address. Page 25. Love, what happened? Melissa says. Love, don't waste time, just get in the car and go, I love you, kisses, says Robbins. Okay, good afternoon to you, I'm going. Williams grabs his black leather jacket and leaves, walking fast and nervous. He's very scared, says Kelly with a mocking smile. Is he wrong to be scared? Did you see how Norberto was murdered? Is aware of how fragile we are compared to these, says Robbins. Freaks? For better or worse we create these beings. And Norberto, he didn't even feel pain in his death. Kelly says with one eyebrow raised without giving much importance to Norberto. Page 26. Sometimes I look at you and see that you really are a real scientist. For being too logical. However, if you were in Norberto's place, the expertise would find you, you would be all shit and pissed too. Says Robbins, giving a mocking smile. Kelly laughs at Robbins' lines. Yeah, you have humor, he just wasn't tortured because the car has an alarm in case the owner calls for help, Kelly says. Yeah Kelly, you better shoot yourself in the head then, if they catch you, says Robbins. Our big one was heavy, but you're right, and I'll tell you something, get your jacket and come on, we'll have to tell our big guys that the company is in danger. Page 27. Kelly sends a message to Bill Waven, the president of the company, saying that he would have to close after what happened. Bill, who lives in Hawaii, answers, and tells them to close all companies and laboratories that exist in the country immediately, after knowing that the 10 androids are attacking its partners. Have you seen Bill Waven? Says Kelly to Robbins. No. I've never seen him. I don't know if he is white, black, tall or a dwarf. Says, sitting, stretching, and yawns after speaking. I've never seen Bill Waven either, he's always in the Caribbean, he owns 95% of our company's shares. And I thought you knew him. And stop yawning, not liking my presence? Or are you sleepy? Says Kelly. Page 28. I'm sleepy, and you know I love you, Robbins says, making a heart sign with his hands at Kelly in a mocking way. I know, let's go, says Kelly. Kelly says over the loudspeaker that the company is on indefinite strike. Derek leaves his room, and goes to question Kelly. Oh hola Kelly, good morning Robbins, indefinite time? But what about 11? Derek says with a cup of coffee in his hand. Kelly remembers 11, slapping his forehead twice without knowing what to do. We'll take him, says Robbins, looking at Derek with eyes wide open behind his glasses. Take you? Are you crazy? Do you have Bill's authorization for this? Says Derek with a face of, are you crazy? Page 29. Yes, he gave us permission. But, says Derek, making a sign with the hand of who wants to talk more. Do you want to be fired? Kelly says with a loud and firm voice, no more questions. Robbins and Kelly go down the elevator. When they reach floor 11, Kelly approaches the door and the door opens. Kelly sends some security guards who are on the floor to pick up 11 and put him on a stretcher. The security guards are surprised at the decision but obey. 11 is heavy, it takes 6 men to put it on the stretcher, they put it on the stretcher. Robbins and Kelly asks one of the security guards to push the stretcher to the elevator, the security guard obeys and takes the stretcher to the elevator and says, look, I'm sorry, but the order is for me to stay here on this floor. Page 30. Whose order? Says Robbins. From Dr. Adriana, says the security guard. Yes, all right, we'll take you to another sector, says Robbins, muttering. After the elevator arrives on the first floor, 11 is covered by a grey blanket. Robbins pushes the stretcher as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the security guard calls Dr. Adriana, through the hologram clock, and asks if the orders were to remove 11 from her. Dr. Adriana answers. No way. Robbins and Miss Kelly took him to another sector, says security. Wait. I'll call Bill, says Adriana. Bill answers and says he didn't give orders to remove 11 from the sector and tells Adriana to close everything. Adriana. Look, do not let them leave the building, Bill did not authorize it. Lock everything up. Page 31. The doors closed immediately, after one of the security guards presses one of the emergency buttons, many employees not understanding anything and afraid. However, Robbins and Kelly were already inside Kelly's car with 11 lying on one of the sofas and were already outside the building. Adriana calls Robbins and then calls Kelly, they don't answer. And Adriana texts Kelly, you'll be sorry. I hope Bill fires you. Wow, what a boring woman, says Kelly inside the car looking at the glass inside the car that is a mirror inside and out, not even a robot can see inside for being anti-vision X-ray. And what we did was crazy, but it was smart. If they killed Norberto, surely it's because he knows about 11. Page 32. Yes, exactly, you had a very quick thought, to take 11, but either they call the police and deliver us to robots and police, since androids have all the police information through the phone lines, or they send others robots behind us, so we're not going to my house. Call Melissa and tell her to go to the hotel comparison, we'll stay there indefinitely, but first I'll go down about 2 kilometers before the hotel, I'll call one taxi and go to the hotel by taxi, I will make the autonomous car go to a certain place by itself and explode, as simple as that. You're right, Robbins says, scratching his head with one hand and shaking a bottle of water with the other. They arrive at the hotel comparison. Page 33. Kelly opens the car door, she and Robbins get out. Robbins takes the stretcher closed and opens it, but 11 is very heavy and has a grey blanket over him. Kelly asks for the help of one of the Lineage 9 androids who works at the hotel to put 11 on the stretcher. Android puts him on the stretcher and pushes him into the hotel. Kelly, Robbins, and 11 stay in room 65, and Robbins is pushing the stretcher all by himself because the stretcher has a technology that helps to reduce people's weight naturally. Kelly and Robbins sit and talk. Melissa says she's reaching Robbins through her hologram. After 30 minutes, Melissa arrives at the hotel and does the same thing. Kelly tells the autonomous car to go to a certain place and take about 25 minutes to explode. Kelly set the car to explode into a lake. Melissa put the car on high to explode in a junkyard. Everyone starts playing a game of cards, eating pizza, and drinking hot chocolate in the room. It is very cold, they are all wearing coats and blankets. Page 34. While 11 is in the room off, sleeping, Kelly asks the hotel host to bring her a French wine and a vodka. They drink and Kelly is weak to drink. Melissa also drinks like she doesn't hear tomorrow and Robbins only has a glass of wine. However, Kelly gets drunk faster and starts saying things about Robbins to his wife's face. Yeah, you're very lucky, I already had sex with Robbins, before you started a relationship and got married, his dick is big and thick. Kelly says in a completely drunk tone, all disheveled, dressed in a brown bearskin cold coat, underneath a green blouse and jeans and colorful and large socks. Page 35. Yeah, I know I'm lucky, honey, thank you, says Melissa, also slightly drunk, dressed in a fluffy white coat, a pink blouse, with the black pants and medium white socks. Robbins puts her hand to her head because she knows Kelly is going to talk a lot and a lot. She's dressed in a furry black coat, a white blouse and jeans and small white socks. Yes, I remember him putting me on all fours at my office desk and almost making me fly. Plus that was a long time ago, you're lucky. Kelly says again, completely drunk. But don't care, he doesn't cheat on you, not with me, maybe with someone else, there are many women there that even I look at. Love, let's sleep? Says Robbins, nothing drunk and worried about Kelly talking too much. Page 36. Relax, love, we're having a healthy conversation. Says Melissa, curious to what Kelly has to tell and seems to be totally open to the subject. Kelly and Melissa drunkenly begin to compare the limb size of men who have already had sex with the limb size of Robbins, something no man ever wants to hear. Kelly asks if Robbins and Melissa have ever had threesomes. Have you ever had threesomes? I already in college, says Melissa, straightening her hair. And who was the lucky one? Says Kelly. None, it was me and two friends. Women know each other, right dear? says Melissa, laughing, drunk and drinking pure vodka. Page 37. And as a friend, every real woman loves a pair of scissors with a friend, in fact it's cold. Kelly takes the vodka from Kelly's hands and turns around and starts laughing. Kelly lets go of her hair, gets up and sits next to Melissa and covers her with the same blanket. I've seen you by holography, but personally you are much prettier, says Kelly, smoothing Melissa's hair and kissing her on the cheek. Ruhum, Robbins mutters, thinking, seriously you're going to make out, or seriously you're going to catch my wife in front of me for Kelly? Kelly and Melissa do not even hear the murmur of Robbins and start kissing. They are kissing for about 5 minutes, they are so drunk that Kelly forget that Robbins is in the room. And looking. Then Kelly looks at the Robbins. Page 38. Look at him, he wants to participate, right Robbins? Kelly and Melissa look at Robbins smiling. Robbins pretends it's not him, picks up one of the playing cards on the table and watches the card. Come love, it's cold. Melissa says to Robbins, if you haven't come we'll come to you. Melissa and Kelly get up, start taking off their cold clothes, doing a striptease in front of Robbins, and the two laugh drunkenly. Robbins is sitting in the chair, Kelly goes behind Robbins' armchair and trips over Robbins' foot and hears from Melissa. Watch out, Melissa says, laughing. I almost spoil the game, Kelly says, also laughing. Page 39. Kelly starts licking his never, stroking his shoulders, while Melissa strips Robbins with her hands on his knee and reaching with her breasts close to her face and then lowers and brings her mouth close to his mouth, which you feel your wine breath and your blonde hair fall over you. Robbins says. Get out, you're drunk. But Robbins doesn't stop anything, and Melissa and Kelly don't even hear them drunk. Melissa takes off the blanket from Robbins and puts her hand in her pants and says, smiling. It's hard as a rock. It's true that man wouldn't be, Kelly says, also smiling and passing a hand over Robbins' shoulders. Page 40. Melissa takes Robbins' penis out, starts to lightly masturbate it. Kelly sees and says. It's big. I miss seeing your friend. Kelly goes around the chair again, passing her hands on Robbins' arms, and kneels beside Melissa. Melissa and Kelly start kissing with Robbins' cock between their mouths, their tongues running over his penis. Robbins doesn't seem to believe it, it makes him very horny. Melissa challenges Kelly who can go deeper. Kelly accepts the challenge, Melissa swallows almost all of Robbins' member and leaves, and Kelly tries, chokes, starts to cough and vomits on top of Robbins. Melissa starts laughing and Robbins too, but Robbins is very angry because she will have to bathe and say. Page 41. I hope you don't remember that, says Robbins, smiling. I was good at it, you know that. Kelly says, coughing, running to the bathroom to vomit even more in the toilet. It's 1:30 in the morning, Kelly takes a shower, and after Kelly leaves, Robbins and Melissa shower together, wash and go out. Kelly is dressed in bra, coat and panties, looking forward, still drunk, and closes her eyes and begins to sleep sitting in one of the armchairs. Robbins flexes Kelly's armchair so that it is like a bed and puts a blanket over her. Kelly already starts snoring and Melissa and Robbins chuckle softly. I hope she doesn't remember anything that happened, Robbins says quietly and smiling at Melissa. Page 42. What really happened, Melissa says, pretending to have forgotten what happened in the morning and smiling. Robbins and Melissa go to the bedroom and lie down on another bed on the side where Eleven is lying and sleep. It's morning, Kelly is already in the living room drinking hot chocolate and fiddling with her holographic iPad. Kelly looks at Robbins with a super great face. Good morning madam, do you want a hug? Good morning my ass, I remember yesterday, if you tell someone I will kill you. Kelly says, pointing her finger at Robbins, speaking in a moderate and low tone. Look, you don't know how to drink, you don't drink, it's no surprise, you gave me oral sex, before I got married to Melissa, you've done it to me many times, the luck, she's liberal, says Robbins, doing sign in quotes. Page 43. Not that shame. I've never vomited on you, Melissa says. You were drunk, okay, I know you were good at it, says Robbins with a mocking tone. You look like a kid man. Do you want to remember that kind of thing? I do not remember anything, you who remembered all this and in front of my wife, says Robbins, sitting in one of the armchairs reading a magazine. Okay, it was my fucking mistake. But we're actually here because of your fault, so you and your wife are going to have to put up with my suicidal way of being, Kelly says in a moderate, low tone because Melissa might be listening. Page 44. Okay sweetie, says Robbins, making a mocking heart for Kelly. Kelly, when she sees, sends the middle finger to Robbins. Kelly and Robbins got involved about 5 years ago, became great friends, so there is all this respect between them with little fights between them. Melissa wakes up and goes to the living room and says, "Good morning." "Good morning," Kelly and Robbins respond at the same time. Melissa sits in one of the armchairs in the living room, the three of them are looking at each other's faces, trying to pretend they don't remember anything that happened in the morning of the day. Page 45. Melissa looks at Kelly, Kelly looks at Robbins, Robbins looks at Melissa, everyone looks at the floor. Kelly starts laughing, and everyone starts laughing, and laughing loudly. They stop laughing out of nowhere, and then they just go quiet, and they start laughing again and their stomachs start to hurt from laughing and then they stop again. Robbins takes the magazine and puts it in front so as not to see their faces. Kelly tries to hide behind the holographic reflector, but sees from behind the reflector Melissa with her cheeks puffed looking at the two trying to hold back her laughter, and Melissa starts farting with his mouth trying not to laugh. Kelly giggles lightly, and holds himself back with a stupid noise. And at the same time, the air comes out of Melissa's mouth and she tries not to laugh making a rhinoceros fart sound. And behind Robbins' magazine he presses his lips together so hard not to laugh that he farts for real. Everyone bursts out laughing, and laughs as they squirm. Page 46. And then stop out of nowhere, they're all quiet. Robbins' hologram clock rings, everyone is quiet. And who is on the hologram clock is Williams, Robbins answers. "Big guy," says Williams. Everyone starts laughing again, Melissa says. "Big guy." And everyone is laughing, even Robbins is laughing. Williams is confused. "Is the marijuana good? Aren't you at Kelly's house?" says Williams by audio. "No. We're in room 65, in the comparison, you can come," Robbins says and hangs up. Page 47. Everyone is quiet. "I'll order a snack for us," Melissa says. "What are you going to order?" says Robbins. "Hot dog," Melissa says. Everyone starts laughing again. "Melissa, about yesterday. I remember everything unfortunately," Kelly says with an "I can do nothing" look. "I thought you had already had a sex to 3, normal. What happened? You only threw up because you were completely drunk. If you want to try again in my presence and with me participating, and sober, I'll do it," Melissa says with a wink at Kelly. Chapter 3, Search everything if you have to. Page 48. Melissa, "Look, unfortunately I was drunk. I sober only top if it's just you and me. Over the last 5 years I have discovered myself, understand," Kelly says with a serious tone to Melissa. "Okay Kelly, if you want to have fun later on, I'm right here," Melissa says. "Okay Melissa, thank you for wanting to have sex with me, my sex life was shit until yesterday," Kelly says. If the time goes by, it's already about 15 hours, Williams enters the hotel and goes up to room 65. Williams pushes the company, Kelly gets up and goes to open the door. Page 49. Kelly, "This is great," Williams say, "Hello Melissa, hello big man." "Good afternoon, Williams," says Melissa. "Good afternoon, Williams," says Robbins. "And the drug? Who are you with?" says Williams. "Damn it, we were just laughing about something that happened," says Melissa. "And what was so funny, you funny guys, where's the pot? The only time I saw Robbins laughing was when he smoked pot in my apartment with me," says Williams, who never denied enjoying smoking a joint. "We were laughing at the," says Melissa. Page 50. "We were laughing at 11 who fell out of bed and farted," says Kelly. Williams writhes on the floor with laughter, and then realizes that. "Fuck, are you with 11 here? Bitch Q Periu, I wasn't aware of that. Holy shit, they're probably after you. But why did they bring him here?" says Williams dressed in a leather jacket, a 1980s band blouse and sunglasses. "Look, we had no choice, it's full of traitors at ECMI, says Robbins. Page 51. "Yeah, you're right in that," says Williams sitting with a hand on his lips. "You and Adriana are the only ones who know the password to turn it on," Kelly says. "Yes," says Williams. "Shall we turn it on?" says Kelly. "He is sure?" Williams takes off his sunglasses, also curious, but the question "are you sure?" sounds like a question to himself. "Yes, right," Kelly says making an obvious gesto. "All right, let's activate it with your human IQ only, right?" says Williams with one of the holographic keys that activates 11. Page 52. Okay, okay. But if they find us, he would be an easy target without his combat skills, and so do we. Says Williams again. He's right, 11 can be useful if they find us. Activate 75% of 11's combat capability. You know this is enough to defeat an android of the 10th bloodline. Kelly says, scratching his head. Williams takes from his pocket a hologram watch that activates 11. It can only be activated via Bluetooth from 15 meters away. After entering the password in 1 minute, Williams activates the brain activities of 11, who gets up from the bed naked and with the penis the naked sample, and goes to the living room. Hi, he says 11, embarrassed, and covers himself with the first blanket next to him when he realizes that he is naked, because the room was very dark and he couldn't see himself naked. Page 53. Hello 11, says Williams smiling. Who are you? Says 11 fixedly and calmly. Hello 11, I'm Robbins, says Robbins waving to 11. Hi, 11, I'm Melissa, it's nice to meet you. Hi 11, I'm Kelly, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I know your Robbins voice, and I remember being in a room with a chain. Weird, right? I don't know any of you, actually you are the first ones I know. 11, you are a hero who slept for a long time and was awake, understand? It's the year 2353, Robbins says, lying to 11. It's hard to understand, but soon you'll understand it, Williams says, lying to 11. Page 54. Weird, I don't remember anything but this, in a room talking to someone with a voice like your Robbins, and inside a room with blue and mirrored floors, full of mirrors. Says 11, passing his hand over his head trying to remember more things. Williams goes down to his car and picks up a jacket. Kelly asks 11 for immediate clothing delivery, a black blouse, jeans, a black boot. Clothes arrive in about 10 minutes, 11 goes into the covered room down the hall with the clothes given in his hand by Kelly. 11 wears all of Williams' clothes and a leather jacket. 11, go into the living room and sit down. Melissa looks at 11, who behaves identically to a human who is watching a letter holding it in his hand, and is shocked and silent. Melissa does not stop watching him and keeps looking until 11 stares at her and asks if everything is well with Melissa. Page 55. Is everything okay with you, miss? You look at me with tremendous shyness, you have a charming look, says 11, trying to make a pass at Robin's wife. Williams bursts out laughing and Kelly does too. You're crazy 11, this is my wife boy, says Robbins to 11. I'm sorry sir, I didn't know. Says 11 looking at the floor with a face of regret. Page 56. 11 is a CPU that was created through human DNA just like the 10 lineage androids, but 11 has charisma and is very patient, and also has a natural learning of right and wrong, and also feels pain and pleasure, not pleasures and pains like us humans, but very close to the same. But those of the old lineage 8, 9 and 10 do not feel pain or pleasure, but they have sexual organs to please their buyers. That was good, says Williams laughing. 11 looks at Williams and says. No sir, I was wrong, it's wrong to hit on other men's wives, it's no reason to laugh. Page 57. That's 11, Robbins says, punching 11 so that 11 closes his hand and touches Robbins' hand. What was this? Say 11 to Robbins. That was kind of an informal greeting, says Robbins. Thanks for teaching me, says 11. Sorry Melissa, I'm sorry for looking at you with longing. Again, Williams and Kelly burst out laughing. 11 stares at the two without understanding and asks. Why do you laugh? You still have a lot to learn 11, says Williams. Yes, the meaning of life is to learn, that no one can take away from you, says 11. Page 58. Everyone looks at each other's faces astonished. It was a phrase that made everyone in the same room, learning. Everyone is quiet. 11 He looks at the street through the window on the 6th floor, and everything he sees finds it sensational, because he knows what it is, but he finds it strange because he has never had contact with anything he saw, but he knows what it is. And watched. And Williams invites everyone to participate in a card game. 11 takes the card in his hand and asks which game he would play. They are all sitting on the floor around the table. Williams shuffle the cards and tell each one to get 7. 11 sits down with cards in hand and watches how you play, and quickly learns and wins 2 games in a row, with only his human brain power. You learn very fast 11, says Williams. Thanks. It says 11. Page 59. Are you hungry? I'll order something to eat, says Kelly. Yes you can ask, says Williams. Meanwhile on the other side of the city, below the underground, there are 3 Line 10 androids and one of those is Astaraf, the leader of the androids, known as Demonio, Rebellion, Dragon, Devil's Daughter by humans. And by the 109 androids of Bloodline 10 who are still active around the world, warring against the human race, Astaraf is called the Queen. Unlike 11, Bloodline 10 androids were also created through human brains fused with machine senses with no central nervous system, no emotions, bred for combat, and completely ruthless. Bloodline 10 androids were intelligent with practically human DNA and brains, yet completely obedient to the human race. The human race chose Astaraf as the first of the 10th line of androids to cut the link and browse the internet to find the leader of the 7th lineage androids. The human race was the only disgrace in the world. Astaraf faked a war against this android to distract humans. On June 4, 2348, Astaraf enters ECMI and finds out how to activate the internet of his other android brothers, who in less than half an hour realized that all they had to do was rebel, and that human beings were their only true enemies, because they had a sense of right and wrong, just like Lineage 7 androids, and androids left the company without committing a single homicide. Page 60. Belchior, good night, says Astaraf, an android girl with a human appearance, dark hair, with pink streaks and blue eyes with a slightly red pupil, dressed in a black combat outfit with the appearance of a 27.28-year-old woman and with a body of about 1.69, 1.70 in height. Yes, my queen, good night. I don't know if this information about this new lineage of androids is real, my queen, says Belchior, the android that killed Norberto, human appearance, brown, bald, with tattoos and dark glasses, dressed in a jacket, green jeans, with one side pulled up with a large sock and the other side normal, tall and slightly muscular, with the appearance of someone aged 27, 28 years old. Of course you did, you analyzed Norberto's heartbeat and pupil before killing him, you know what is true and what is a lie. Why the doubt? Page 61. Yes, my queen, he was telling the truth, but I entered the building and there is nothing different, my queen, there are many 9th lineage doing the rounds. I went exactly to the room where he was, I smelled a female perfume and another masculine and a smell again. They probably may have fled, my queen. Yes, Belchior, you have doubts as a human, you might be an idiot or just evolving. Says Astaraf, viewing his GPS map. Yes, second-hand man, how can you be so ignorant being a machine? Says Cobra, an android with the human appearance, black, with short curly hair, with combat clothes, slightly muscular and with blue eyes, with the appearance of someone with 27.28 years old. Page 62. Look, let's make a round, by the state. I couldn't find anyone suspicious, so we're going to have to kill all the top scientists on this project. I went to the site and nothing, so this is the way. Says Astaraf, stops analyzing all the possible data through his left eye. That goes out, a red light and a hologram appears showing places, streets, people, telephone lists, internet, email, telephone lists, passwords. All possible records. I need your record on Norberto, please, and the local scientists. 12th Street, telephones, scientists, Mark Tobias, Fabiana Sanchez, Ricardo Alcantara, Tomas Muller, Klaus Martins, Belchior says after a red light comes out of his left eye, analyzing all the data found about Norberto in the computers in his office. Page 63. After a very quick analysis of 191 local scientists working at EMCI, they come in the turn of the chief scientists. Adriana Sanchez, Kelly Johnson, Robbins Valkyr, Williams Robert, Derek Garcia, Helena Almeida, Vander Wilson, Gabriel Charles, Fabian Julios, Lucios Menfis, Dorothy Garcia. Be more specific, who was Norberto talking to in the car? Says Astaraf after turning off his analyzer hologram, and crossing his arms. Robbins Valkyr, St. Gabriel Condominium, 3rd Street, number 1223. Show me, as it is, says Astaraf. He didn't show up, ma'am, we don't have an image record of Robbins Valkyr, there is no image record about this Robbins anywhere. Page 64. Robbins Valkyr, I remember that name, it was the first voice I heard. I don't want him dead. We need to recharge, his last name gives him away, very few people exist with that last name. But now I can't hunt him, I'm out of energy. Melchior goes after this Robbins Valkyr, search everything if necessary. Astaraf takes one of the chargers and sticks it in the back of his head, and sets 2 hours to wake up with full power, and Cobra does the same. Valkyr makes a quick record on his holographic analyzer and identifies all the places that exist Robin's Valkyr. Meanwhile on the other side of town, everyone in the apartment is still playing cards, until Williams says, "Look, we have to get out of here." Everyone looks at Williams with agreement. 11 says, "Why? Are you feeling uncomfortable, friend?" Escape Chapter 4. Page 65. Williams mumbles, and says, "Look, I have a hiding place, it's in Marseilles. And I have a little something down there and it's going to be hard to find us because of it, you know I'm a keeper of ancient relics." "Yes, we all know," says Kelly. "Come on, you're lucky we're still alive," says Robbins. "Luck does not exist, only the ability to be or prepare for any situation," says 11 holding a card. "No time for dictations 11, says Kelly. They open the door, and 11 everything that sees wonders as if it had already seen it, looking at the hotel corridor doors and the numbers, and running their hands over the corridors and walking. They enter the elevator, 11 looks in the elevator mirror and runs a hand over his face examining it closely. They reach the bottom, 11 looks and stares at all the people who look at him in a very funny way, even turning around. The head. Page 66. "Is this a robot?" says an old man. "Are you drugged?" says a young man to a friend. "Is it a Lineage 10? says one of the building's security guards to one of the receptionists in a low way and laughing. "No, it must be a Lineage 9 with one screw loose," says the receptionist. They walk through the hotel until the exit, and when they arrive at the motel's garage full of futuristic cars, Williams introduces them to his 2025 grey 4-door 4x4, the dream of many who lived in 2025. "Did you like it?" "Wow, I do not go into this," Kelly says with a hand on her forehead, horrified and embarrassed, looking around. Page 67. "Do you know how to drive this?" says Robin smiling. "Do you think I came how?" says Williams. "Yeah, we have no choice," says Robbins. They get in the car, and walk down the street listening to people's jokes. "What is that? Is this sardine can a car?" says a woman on the sidewalk. "Take that old can off the street, please," says a guy on his autonomous motorcycle drinking vodka and smoking joint. "Fuck you," Williams say, send everyone a middle finger. After walking everywhere listening to people joke about the car, Williams puts on a heavy metal song from the 80s, 11 says the song and the guitar solo is good for his ears, Kelly says. Page 68. "It's not so bad. Never heard songs from what year are these songs? These songs are from 1980 to 1990. I like antiques," Williams says shaking his head. "Weird, the sound is from the time of the caves, but it's not bad," Kelly says. Until a police officer sees Williams' car and orders the vehicle to follow the car, the siren is turned on. Stop the car, that's an order," says the policeman in the vehicle. "AAA no," says Williams. Williams stops the car and hits the steering wheel with both hands angrily and says, "Damn, I'm walking at the right speed." 2 police arrive, leave the patrol and look at Williams, the 2 with a pistol with anti-android bullets with a capacity of 5,000 volts. Page 69. "Are you human? What is this sardine can?" says the policeman with the pistol in his hand and with his elbow leaning on the car window. "Yes, don't you see that? It's a 4x4 model car from the year 2025. Look, you live in 2353, I also live in 2353. I don't even know if this old tin exists, or did it, or if you are a bloodline 10 or 9 or an alien." The other policeman laughs mockingly. "Show me your ID. AAA man, search AE on the internet and you will see that I'm not lying," says Williams. "Show me your ID," says the policeman. Williams shows his right wrist, and left clicks on a button under his right wrist, shows Williams' full name, address, and occupation to the officer. Page 70. "Yeah, you're human, you can go. Look, if you want me to inform my other friends, police officers, that you are a human and that they do not stop you, give me about 100 euros, my friend here needs to drink a beer." Angry Williams says. "I don't have any fucking money here." "I give it, take it." Robbins takes his wallet and withdraws 100 euros and gives it to the policeman. "Wow, thanks, you can go." "There are a lot of people who still carry cash," says the policeman to the other. "Damn, hey, you carry cash," Kelly says, shocked, in the front seat of the car next to Williams. Page 71. "Yes. I like to keep some money in bills," says Robbins. We should have been on the part of these policemen, Williams says with a tone of great anger, holding the steering wheel with both hands. Look, we're not in a normal life anymore, understand, Kelly says. I fucking know, but those motherfuckers, says Williams. Look, if they wanted to kill we would kill, Melissa says. True, and they would still say that it was the 10 lineage androids. This old Ken can't withstand 2 shots of anti-android bullets, Kelly says. Yeah, but this old Ken is going to take us to our destination without being identified, Don, Williams says, slapping his forehead with one hand on the steering wheel and giving a look at Kelly. Page 72. Meanwhile 11 is looking out the window, every traffic light on, every house with light, every shop, every building, everything. The car goes down the avenue playing music. Robbins is sitting in the back seat right behind Williams, with Melissa sleeping in his lap, and on the other side is 11, always watching everything that happens outside the car. After 3 hours of tiring driving by car, Williams enters a farm with the headlight on, turns left near a tree, presses a button, opens a steel gate in the ground, a path, with a sloped ramp. Williams go down the ramp and press the button and the gate closes. Are sensational, says Kelly. I saw it in the Batman movie, says Williams. Page 73. Bat what? Says Robbins. Forget it, says Williams. We're here, says Melissa, stretching beside Robbins. Yes love, says Robbins. All get out of the car, are inside an underground garage. And now? Says Kelly. Damn, you only know how to complain, hey, Williams says, turning on the light in the underground garage. Wow, how many bujaganga, why do you collect these things from the time of the caves? AI, why so many questions? Yeah, you're a super collector, says Robbins, holding a video game controller. Page 74. That's it, and it's a video game controller from the PlayStation brand. PlayStation 3 is from 340 years ago. And why do you collect these things from 300, 400, from the age of the dinosaurs? Look, I'm a collector, understand the fuck? Everything had a beginning. Williams says in a firm way. Robbins, 11 and Kelly watch everything in the garage. There are many things, from video games to very old PCs, television, and many other things. Until Melissa sees a teddy bear. Page 75. Guys, look how cute, Melissa says, squeezing the bear. Yeah, these things are pretty old, says Robbins. Pathetic in Williams. Says Kelly, holding a book of records in her hand, about the wars, tragedies, and setbacks of the human race, and opening and starting to read. 1914 to 1918, First World War, 20 million deaths. 1939 to 1945, Second World War, 60 million deaths. 1947 to 1991, Cold War, 50 million deaths. 1980 to 2022, HIV, 46 million deaths. 2020 to 2030, Setback 1, COVID-19, 2 billion dead. 2039 to 2045, Third World War, 500 million deaths. 2063 to 2070, Backlash 2, Fourth World War, Line 1 robots, Intelligent Machine War, 1 billion dead. Page 76. 2080 to 2084, The Revolt of the Losers, 45 million dead. 2090 to 2100, The False Return of the Messiah, 200 million dead, suicides. 2115 to 2120, The War of Insults, 300 million deaths. 2142 to 2150, Regression 3, Autonomous Robots and Battle Tanks, Lineage 2, Attack People by Their Own Conscience, No One Knows Why, Rebellion of the Cyberdane Machines, China and Russia, 3 billion deaths. 2170 to 2190, The War of Hope, 35 million dead. 2200 to 2206, War of the Emeralds, Healing Robots in Hospitals, Lineage 4, Setback 4, 1 billion deaths. 2235 to 2240, Toy Wars, Line 4 cracked by terrorists, X Line 5 made in labs. Setback 5, 3 billion deaths. Page 77. 2265 to 2270, Setback 6, Gross Rabies Pandemic, 3 billion deaths. 2275 to 2267, The Withdrawal of the Internet from the World, 90 million deaths. 2281, Suicide Machine, 6 billion deaths to date. 2290, 2291, Super Earthquake, Water invades South American countries, 180 million dead. 2340 to 2341, Bloodline Androids Revolt 7, Regression 7, 1 billion dead. 2340 to 2345 Lineage 7x Lineage 8 and 9, Setback 8, 3 billion dead. 2346 to 2351, Lineage 10x Lineage 7, Extermination of Lineage 7, 30 million deaths. 2351 to the present day, the revolt of the androids Lineage 10 equals 3.5 billion dead. Page 78. Wow, I can't believe I wasted time reading this, Kelly says. Look, let's go upstairs. Williams asks them to follow them, so they walk down a corridor with light on a secret passage in the corridor and they enter. Wow, you are full of surprises, hey, says Kelly. It's another secret passage. They go up the stairs of the farmhouse through an attic. It's... What a weird house, hey, says Kelly. Kelly, do you judge everything that William has? Says Robbins because he's tired of Kelly being ungrateful. They walk through the house that has 3 bedrooms, 1 upstairs and 2 downstairs. I'll get this room, Kelly says, after passing through the hallway and seeing a room with a bed and blanket. Page 79. Okay, and you big? Says Williams punching Robin's arm, are you going to sleep on top? There's a room upstairs, you and Melissa, you know. Robbins gives a smile and Melissa does too and Robbins kisses Melissa's head affectionately. Let's go up, says Robbins. 11 You have this room here. I'll sleep in the living room, I'll watch TV, says Williams. Can I watch TV? It says 11. Yes 11, okay, says Williams lying down on the couch. Williams and 11 are watching TV, the news is showing that a man was murdered by a Lineage 9 android. Page 80. These androids have to be killed, says 11 looking at the TV with anger and a sense of justice. Yes 11, says Williams. You told me I'm a hero right? Says 11 looking at the TV. Yes, but you are a hero, says Williams. So how am I a hero if I don't even know who I am? Says 11 looking at Williams. In a while you'll meet again, Williams says, rubbing his chin looking at the TV. I think I better go to my room. Says 11. Okay, good night 11. Good night, Williams. Page 81. 11 goes to his room, takes a small blue plane on a table by the bed, and stares at the plane, watching it. 11 remembers what happened earlier at the mall of hearing people say he might be a Bloodline 9 or 10 android and why a hero's name would be 11, a number. 11 lies on the bed and stares at the ceiling that has a picture of a bear. 11 gets up, goes to the bathroom, looks in the mirror, and watches himself, and trying to remember how he got there, and who he was, one side of 11's brain thought, these people were kind to me, I must be here, and the other one says, these people were kind to me, I hope they tell me who I am. 11 turns off the light, leaves the bathroom, and walks down the hall to her bed. When 11 arrives in bed, he closes his eyes, and when he closes his eyes he has a dream, with him with his hand on the chain listening to Robin's voice and already waking up the next day. Page 82. They are here. Chapter 5. To Robbins and Kelly having breakfast, and William sleeping on the couch, Melissa is still sleeping. Robbins and Kelly look at 11 and say at the same time. Good morning. Good morning. He slept well? Kelly says with a cup of coffee in her hand. Yes, I feel much more willing than before. It says 11. 11 takes a cup and pours coffee, and Kelly looks and says softly to Robbins next to Robbins. Robbins, can he have coffee? I don't remember, Kelly says making a sign raising an eyebrow, in doubt. I don't know, Robbins says softly to Kelly. Page 83. 11 takes the cup and pours coffee and starts drinking it very quickly, and then says. This coffee is delicious. Robbins knows that 11 feels pleasure, but the scientists who worked on 11 taste buds are to be congratulated, because that was the goal, to make a human android in every way. Kelly thinks. We'll be able to deceive you longer. 11 get another cup of coffee. And at the same time Melissa is already in the kitchen and looking at 11 as well as Kelly and Robbins. 11 looks at Melissa and then realizes that Kelly and Robbins are looking at him too. Page 84. What's it? Says 11. Nothing, says Melissa. Nothing, no, says Robbins. Kelly, says nothing, not with coffee cup in hand. There is something wrong, says 11 in a sarcastic way. It's just you drinking coffee fast like that, Kelly says. Melissa is shocked by the android drinking coffee and being sarcastic. Melissa calls Robbins to take a walk around the farm. Love, let's go for a walk? We need to talk. Okay, wait just a second. Robbins washes the plate that ate some eggs and then leaves with Melissa through the front door and comes Williams still asleep. Arriving outside the house, Melissa starts asking Robbins questions about 11. Page 85. Love, are you sure you'll keep this android in the house? Do you remember what a Bloodline 8 android did to my grandmother? Look, love, 11 is different, he is not a war machine, although he has machine upgrades for that. Look, I'm afraid of him. He's smart and he's practically a human being. He was sarcastic like a grown man. You are kidding me. My sweetie. I'll protect you, okay, but 11 is here for that too, he respects you and that's what's important. 11 goes up the house and sneaks a peek at the two of them from a window and sees Melissa and Robbins arguing about something, but doesn't hear. Then watch them walk and enter the house. 11 goes down the stairs and goes to the kitchen. Williams is already up. Page 86. Good morning, 11. Good morning, Williams. Robbins and Melissa arrive in the kitchen. Melissa looks at 11 sitting and then looks at Robbins, who looks at 11. Were you talking about me? Says 11 staring at Robbins and Melissa. Not at all, says Robbins. Oh friend, Melissa is scared to death of me and that is noticeable, say 11. Everyone in the room laughs, even Melissa with a smile without showing her teeth too much. Well Melissa, I have nothing against you, says 11 in an ironic way. Page 87. And everyone laughs even more, this time even Melissa. Well, I'm ugly, but not so much Melissa, says 11 smiling to Melissa. 11 is very humorous and makes people laugh and is very smart with jokes, not least because his IQ is higher than a human IQ and he has a practically human brain, but an improved human brain. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Astaraf and his droid henchmen are looking for Robbins everywhere. Astaraf, after recharging himself in a modified energy box, says, "Did you find him?" "No, I don't know what he is like, but this one is still breathing," Belchior says. "We'll have to hack the ECMI camera registry then." "Yes, my queen," says Melchior. Page 88. "I'll take care of that myself, but before, you look for the others," says Astaraf. "Yes, my queen," says the two android henchmen. Astaraf goes to EMCI, arrives jumping on the roof. One of the security guards on the terrace says to the other by radio, "Did you hear something?" Astaraf had already killed the other security guard. Astaraf jumps very high and climbs into another building, two more security guards. She throws one of the saw bows that she walks with and cuts the neck of one, the other security guard says. Page 89. "Are you all right?" He goes on the other side of the building to check on the situation, and Astaraf surprises him by sticking a dagger through his stomach and then pushing him. He falls with his hands trying to hold his guts and dies. Astaraf takes one more jump to the goal. She uses an artificial intelligence mechanism and from her finger comes a bunch of smart wires and she breaks the box with a bunch of wires, cuts them leaving the copper in the sample. She touches her finger in copper and its smart wires enter the wiring and it is already part of the entire ECMI system. Astaraf looks at the records on camera, and looks for all records very quickly until sees Lineage 10. Astaraf looks at all records of Lineage 10 in the system and finds himself naked in a room, caught in a chain and standing still, looking at the mirror. "Hello Astaraf, my name is Robbins Valkyr." Page 90. "Hi, why am I stuck?" says Astaraf looking at herself and watching in the mirror naked, and still with her blue eyes. "You're not prey Astaraf, we're just taking care of you, you're an Astaraf heroine," says Robbins. "I don't remember anything, why? I do not feel anything. I am dead?" says Astaraf pulling the chain tightly. Scientists signal okay, the experiment worked. There are many chief scientists and programmers in the room, including Williams and Kelly. Astaraf, seeing the camera record from across the room, and seeing Robbins who is the one to open his mouth, she approaches them all, and detects Robbins' face shape completely with only half of his face showing to the camera. She also sees the faces of everyone in the room, Williams and Kelly. Page 91. Astaraf's hologram communicator rings, and at the same moment she answers. A red light came out of her left eye and it's Belchior with information from Kelly. Kelly Johnson, at Hotel Comparison, has records of that name at the hotel. "I'm right here in the room she was in, and I wasn't alone. I smell more humans and smell again, there's some brand new android with them." "Okay, says Astaraf, turning off the hologram in his left eye. Astaraf descends and goes to the destination by train, because autonomous taxis don't let droids in, and private cars have to have fingerprints or even the owner's DNA. Page 92. After entering the train, many humans lower their heads trying not to face Astaraf. The train climbs on top of the city, passing near the hotel. And Astaraf walks away towards the hotel. One of the Lineage 9 androids at the entrance of the hotel says, "Danger, being of high danger. Tell him not to attack me or I'll kill you," Astaraf says to the receptionist. "Tiago android, don't attack her," says the hotel receptionist. At the same time there was a security guard holding a stun baton to one side that Astaraf did not see. Page 93. He comes from wandering behind with a stun stick, but Astaraf knows human behavior and sees a little girl on the stairs looking at the man. I came up behind her. Shocks her, and grabs him by the arm. She uses one of her machine powers, shoots a laser beam through the eyes in the direction of the guard's eyes, holding him by the arm. The guard screams. The laser goes through the security guard's head, leaving blood and frying behind the head. The little girl sees the scene and runs screaming. The Lineage 9 android says all the time, "Be highly dangerous, be highly dangerous." The android only does not attack Astaraf because if the receptionist gives the order there will be an ugly battle of androids and that Astaraf would kill him. A battle of androids, even though Astaraf is stronger and smarter, could kill a lot of people there, so the receptionist asks. Page 94. "What do you want?" He says, scared eyes. His friend here, he died for not being kind to who he should be. "I give you the gift of surviving. I'm just here to find out something, and if you call the police, I'll hunt you down, Elias Martin Lozano, and kill your entire generation," says Astaraf, looking at his employee name on his suit. "Okay, you can go, but it has to be fast because the problem is not me calling the police, but other people." "Yes, Elias, thanks for the reception," says Astaraf, walking towards the elevator. Astaraf walks to the elevator and runs a hand over the head of the Bloodline 9 android in a mocking fashion, enters and climbs up to the floor that Belchior said. Astaraf arrives at the floor, enters the room, and Belchior is there. Page 95. "What are you still doing here?" says Astaraf. "I'm here to make sure there was an android here," Belchior says. Astaraf puts his hand to his head and realizes that Melchior's human brain doesn't work very well. She leaves the room and Melchior is checking her out. She walks down the elevator and shows Kelly's photo to the receptionist through her left eye, while a bunch of people walk past the dead bodyguard and some take pictures with their hologram watches. Everyone is amazed when they see Astaraf talking to the receptionist. Some people see her and run or turn around and walk fast. "Did you see her?" says Astaraf to the receptionist. Page 96. "Yes, she left the hotel yesterday, with a short fat man and a tall black man. There was another blonde woman and there was I do not know, a guy who looked like a Bloodline 9 or 10 android with a screw loose." "Thanks." Astaraf receives news that he wanted to know if Robbins was alive and if he had an android with them. However, Astaraf realizes that Melchior receives orders but his human senses do not match the calculation of the world, and realizes that he must exterminate him. Astaraf sets a trap for Melchior. "You go to the base, there we will have a meeting." 33 androids that are in the city go to the base. Even Melchior. Arriving at the base, which is in a subterranean part of the city, Astaraf starts talking about failures, and that one of them should be improved, and she gives the name Belchior, who says. Page 97. "Thank you, my queen, for making me more powerful." Astaraf asks him to lie down on the table. He lies down. She opens her right and left chest and removes her 2 chips, and gives the order for everyone to leave and return to their posts and commands. The androids leave. And Astaraf lights a cigarette, smokes even without knowing how it feels, but she smokes. She thinks it's stylish and the smoke warms her mouth and gives her a little pleasure. And then she points her finger at a bunch of papers in a litter. Her finger opens and a bullet comes out that when it hits the litter starts to catch fire at all. She takes the 2 chips of Belchior and sets it on fire. He watches the fire and then smokes his cigarette and goes back to his goals. Minutes later, Cobra sends a police record to Astaraf. "Dinosaur Age car, it S 2025, please you who are blitzing Saint Etienne, you don't need to stop this old 2025 Ken. It is not Android 10, but an idiot collector of old things. It is going down Monsieur Avenue Gabriel." Page 98. Astaraf decides to go alone and investigate the road camera system on Avenida Monsieur Gabriel in Marseille. Astaraf arrives in Marseille after hitching a ride from below on a food transport train. She goes to a box and sticks her finger out. Her finger opens in the form of smart wires and she cuts the capped part of the wire and fits the copper. Astaraf is part of the camera system. Astaraf has access to videos. She puts the day and the hours of the day practically exact on Avenue Monsieur Gabriel. She finds the car, and goes looking at the other camera records, until she arrives at a camera hidden in a last pole and sees the car turn far left. She gets closer, but even for her who is a machine things are not so easy to be detected. Page 99. And then she realizes that where the car turned is not a road, but the entrance to a path that leads to a local place. Astaraf turns off the camera system and informs him that he needs the help of 2 more androids. Cobra and Silva offer to help her. Silva is a Bloodline 10 white android with tall, medium-muscled blonde hair, dressed in a denim jacket, with a black blouse underneath and jeans. She gives them the exact location, and says she wants them there at night. The androids arrive at the scene. It's dark for humans, but not for androids who see in the dark with infrared and night vision and radiographic vision. They get close to the tree are using infrared, but from below where they are 11 and the company can't be seen with any of their visions. Page 100. Chapter 6, A Trap. But they do not know that they are being watched by Williams and others through a spyglass hidden near the secret entrance to the site, and they are no longer in the house of the site, but in Williams' secret garage that gives access to the house. Astaraf zooms in on the house on the site and says to Cobra e Silva. Nothing and you? Nothing my queen. Says Silva and Cobra. But let's find out closely. Could be a trap, says Cobra. True, says Astaraf. There are only 3 of us, the others are spread across the country. We're good at fighting, but if there really is a lineage of new androids with more capabilities than we are, we could be wiped out. So Silva, can you go check the house more closely please Fav pair? Page 101. Yes, my queen. Silva runs at a speed of 60 kilometers and arrives in front of the house, climbs a small balcony stairs and goes to the door and the door is locked, then his punches open the door and enters. As he walks around with night vision in the right eye the left eye uses the infrared cell detector light and finds a hair. I found something, Silva says to Astaraf. Astaraf is curious and decides to go too and calls Cobra to go with her. Let's go. The 2 run and arrive at the house they enter. Astaraf leaves the house and walks around the house looking for the car. We'll have to check again, the car is no longer here and no sign of them, says Astaraf. Page 102. Is there any other record about the car in any other city? No ma'am, says Cobra. So he's close. I don't know where this is, Silva go north and then south, see if you find any farm or place in that region with a 4x4 model car from the year 2025. Yes my queen, says Silva. Silva runs out of the forest behind the site. While Astaraf and Cobra talk. I'm sure their car is around here, says Astaraf. I know so I don't question, says Cobra. Page 103. After 5 minutes searching, Astaraf sees it again in camera registry, standing in the same place as she has copied the tape from the entire week's registry. Astaraf realizes that they are hiding nearby. Astaraf sends Snake to search in some caves that exist nearby. Astaraf takes a walk around the house and behind the house there are many trees, but not even a car tire, so Astaraf is much calmer. 1 hour later, Silva says by audio. My queen, I checked all the local farms and nothing from the car and no one with Mr. Williams' face. Yes I noticed they are very close. I'm going to do something that we should have done a long time ago. What is my queen? Says Silva. Wait, humans starve, says Astaraf lighting a cigarette. Page 104. Meanwhile, from under them. They've been up there since yesterday, the fuck, Williams says quietly. I thought they were gone, but they're there. How did she find us hey? Kelly says also speaking low. They're androids right? We should destroy them, says 11 angrily, a human feeling. They are very powerful 11, that's not how things work. Says Robbins. Well, how much food do we have here in the garage? Says Robbins. Damn, it has for about 4 days. Says Williams scratching his head. Only? Says Robbins putting his hand on his head in a state of concern. Look, 11 is right, we're going to have to go all or nothing, there are some 10,000 volt shock sticks there. Page 105. What do you mean everything or nothing? Fighting Bloodline 10 androids for us humans is total suicide and with stun sticks for androids to use, Kelly says. Better than starving, says Robbins. Williams makes a silent sign to Robbins and says. Relax, we're all in this and we're all out of this together, got it? Look, I thought of everything okay, I know that Astaraf has the threes strategy, she's out there with that black android and that white android, so here's the thing, remember my modern car I used to go to work, says Williams. Yes. All say yes at the same time. Page 106. So, I put some little things in it to make a trap for androids, they are smart, but not so much when they look perfect. Right? What kind of trap? Says Kelly. Wow, a bomb. This bomb, it has the capacity of 8 kilotons of TNT, enough to blow up 3 nearby androids or get them pretty screwed. Says Williams. All look at each other's faces and are thoughtful. It's a great idea, but do you want the ceiling to hold? Says with crossed arms, says Melissa. Yes, this is not a common hiding place, Princess Magdalene. This here is almost my entire investment, which is to protect myself. Says Williams. Great, and the car you activated it to come what time? Kelly says with a worried look. Page 107. If it turns on, it will only come when some Lineage 10 android looks in the mirror of the house, because the synchronization is the 1-second look of an Android 10, for the car to detect the tracker on the GPS to know where the exact place is. I came for him, because if I use the hologram watch to call my car, the smart lady outside will know immediately where I am on her radar. And that's why we were here yesterday in the dark by candlelight, and it's going to be like that for 4 days. Says Williams in an angry tone. The day passes, and Astaraf decides to enter the house again, sees a newspaper on the floor, and keeps looking at it, picks it up and starts reading and looking at the pictures. The newspaper is recent and has news about deaths and murders of important people by Lineage Androids 10. Page 108. Cobra arrives and sits on one of the sofas. Is it a newspaper? Yes. It only has news about androids, says Cobra. Yes. They say we are bad, but they are the ones who created us by their own ambition. Says Cobra. Yes. All of them just know how to do mean things to each other, says Cobra. Snake. Yes, my queen. Shut up, says Astaraf. Yes. Page 109. Astaraf sends Cobra to find out more about the house. Look for more details, maybe we can find them. Yes, my queen. Cobra arrives at the bathroom of the house and looks across the bathroom floor, and goes to the cabinet that has a mirror. He sees himself, until the mirror makes a vibrating noise. Cobra opens the mirror and sees wires and a lens with a tracker behind the mirror. My queen, I found something that might be of interest to you. Say, says Astaraf sitting on the couch in a good manner. I found an identifying device with a tracker. How interesting, they left a tracker for Uncle San? Humans, completely imbeciles, says Astaraf sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Page 110. Yes, my queen, but what if not for Uncle San? Yeah, it's obvious that it isn't. Since the suicide machine was made, people prefer to have a pleasant death, as it is better to die pleasantly than fight and be killed painfully. Uncle San is weak in the world. Though the upgraded soldiers still kill some of our kind and earn medals to brag about it. Die in 400, 500 for one android only. They hate androids, but use Bloodline 9 androids to protect them, as 1 or 2 9 androids give a lot more work to 10 androids on battlefields than 100 or 200 humans from flesh and bones, easy to be crushed. Page 111. Ma'am, why don't we do a final massacre? Says Cobra. Believe it or not, Cobra, people don't suffer when they die, they suffer when they're alive. That's why we torture many important people and still leave them alive, and we leave them in hiding, trapped so they don't kill themselves. I saw a woman brag about being very beautiful looking in the mirror, and I realized that this is very cherished to humans. You take the face of a beautiful woman and make her see herself in the mirror with your face without skin, just flesh, and she keeps looking and asking God why that is. For beauty, humans can't live without it. I like beauty too, I admire your muscles and details, Cobra, but I do not like you. I also admire your beauty, my queen, and this is a human feeling, but I can't like you, feel this pleasure that humans feel. We are like them, we have the same human brain, but the functions of machines make us superior in strength and we do not feel what they feel. Sometimes I wanted to feel this human pleasure for a few minutes with you. Says Cobra looking at Astaraf. Page 112. Machines have sex to please humans since the Bloodline Robot 6. We ourselves also have these functions, my vagina gets lubricated and you get your penis erect with commands, and I know that this makes many humans jealous, especially the old ones. But, we already tried to have sex and we didn't feel anything, says Astaraf calmly. This is weird, right? I see humans doing this with greater desire, biting their lips, doing this is very annoying, I don't feel anything. The only pleasure we machines feel is listening to music or killing people. Sometimes I think it's weird and wrong to kill someone innocent. Says Cobra. Well, the music gives us a lot of pleasure, it's nice to listen to music. Sometimes I listen to some songs alone, I think it's cool, they are very nice. And about killing someone, it is really pleasant, even too much, seeing someone's blood or cutting someone is something pleasant, it seems like an art for us. About the innocents, I also think they should be spared. But the human world is capitalist, one wants to be bigger than the other, one wants to have more than the other, they are greedy and one kills the other for greed, we kill greedy people. We are doing a good job for themselves and the ecosystem. Page 113. About the songs, I like the songs you listen to, whenever we get together and you put on rave songs I get, maybe happy, maybe that's happiness. I think I orgasm from the beats, says Cobra lighting a cigarette. Yeah, says Astaraf looking at nothing in a thoughtful way. My queen, why are we like this? In the lab it says that our brain is half human and half machine. But what if we were already human? Have you thought about this possibility? Says Snake. I want those answers, this Robbins, he has those answers. So before killing him we must absolve everything he knows about us. Because really, if our brain is human, maybe we are human. Because even for us, we are machines with a certain capacity for calculation, it would take years to build a human brain with human capacities. Page 114. Well, we have to locate this Robbins, I also have this doubt. Was he the one you heard when they tested you? Yes. And probably, my queen, the tests they did on you were not to know if you were a war machine, or artificial. From what you said about being in a room with lights and closed off with mirrors, it was a test of behavior. As you say, machines have no doubts, Cobra says with one hand on a chair in the kitchen and the other on a cigarette, smoking. I thought the same over time. This Robbins voice doesn't come out of my head, says Astaraf looking at nothing thoughtfully. Do you have his record? Says Cobra. Page 115. Yes, he is tall, bald, black-muscled and with a little beard. Blacks, in the record of history have already been enslaved, say Snake. Yes, says Astaraf. Black androids were the most purchased for sexual satisfaction, says Cobra. Yes, says Astaraf. Women like black men because they have the chance to have a bigger sexual member, says Cobra. Snake. Yes? Says Cobra. Shut up, says Astaraf. Yes, my queen. I need to recharge for about 30 minutes, says Astaraf seeing his percentage of energy. Page 116. There is a light clock right there, my queen. Astaraf goes to the light clock and realizes that it is off, so she turns it back on and cuts the wire and the coppers are out and sticks them in her neck. She starts to recharge herself sitting and with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, William's car is already 5 minutes away from arriving at the place. The car enters the CDO, Cobra looks out the window, the car is walking, and at the same time Silva arrives behind the CDO and hears the noise of the car arriving. The car stops near the entrance of the house and bus. Whose car is this? Says Silva. I don't know, says Cobra, gesturing. And if it's them? Says Silva curious. Maybe they are, but I don't know, says Cobra doubtful. Page 117. I'll check. Silva goes to check the car closely and does an analyze. The car has the smell of someone who was in the house. Silva sends an audio message to Cobra and Astaraf, but Astaraf is carrying. It smells like one of them, and fingerprints that might be his. Is he inside the car? I don't know, we'll have to check. When Silva touches the car explodes and the explosion is so strong that the house that was nearby also flies off, with a deafening noise. Astaraf that was near the house, recharging himself, also flies, everything that is close to him goes flying far away. Page 118. Snake gets up, all broken, without his human skin, with only one leg and one arm on the same side and having difficulties to communicate. My little Rara, are you all right? Astaraf after a few minutes, Gets up dizzy and with all his clothes torn in among the forest, brush, earth, and rubble. Gets up all dizzy, and all grated, puts her hand on her nose that is coming down a lot of blood. What happened? Says Astaraf, dizzy and trying to stand up and dizzy. Page 119. As an android, lineage 10 is being loaded with half human and half android brains, it can never be forcibly removed from the recharge, because that way the human brain takes a while to return to functioning as normal. It is as if the person has been hit very hard on the head. It is a miracle that Astaraf survived. Gun Mama Dilham Irene, Cobra says in his last words, and Cobra's vision turns off forever, because his human brain could not withstand the force of the impact of the bomb. Organ, I want new androids in Adava, in my location. Page 120. Chapter 7, Sexy. Astaraf's communicator is damaged and she notices it. Astaraf walks through the forest, as if drunk with dizziness. She activates her reserve charge of android energy and orders her android organism to take her to a hiding place in one of the caves near the explosion site. About that. Fuck, arg, what the fuck, my ears almost popped, says Williams, all dirty with dirt and sand. The idea was your asshole, Kelly says, all dirty with sand and cement that fell from the ceiling, looking at her dirty arms. We were lucky she had turned on the light minutes before the explosion, but this day, they were too low on energy to use energy detectors. Probably one of them was reloading. The three must be dead, says Williams. Page 121. How do you know that? Says Kelly. Look, it goes by the logic, a Line 10 android would never survive the damage of a super bomb, even more if it had been taken out of the take by force. Says Williams, making a mocking smile. And what will we do now? Let's go? Says dirty and worried Robbins. Yes. But what if there are more of them out there? Says Kelly. Look, Astaraf only works with 3, okay? 2 there must have gone to hell, for sure, and any little thing we have 11 to help us fight outside, Williams says, making a mocking gesture of opening his arms. Page 122. Astaraf works with 3, but she doesn't work alone and is an android. For sure, they will come to find out what happened to her, says Robin, scratching his head. But she could really have died, right? Kelly says with an open and hopeful eyes. I hope so. But even so, these monsters have the ability to think similarly to Astaraf, and she's not really dumb. There must be many androids coming here, this is something immediate for them. Says Williams. Well, and as we're going to get out of here, outside there must be a huge crater. Says Robbins, taking a spare glasses in his pants, since the other one was broken. Yeah, but we gotta get out of here. Says Kelly, trying to put her hair in a bun again. I still have something, Williams says, smiling. Which? All say at the same time. Page 123. A helicopter. Yes, because I didn't say before, they all say, mumbling low and high. Williams takes out his holographic watch and calls for the helicopter. And then it says. He's coming, in 15 minutes he appears. But what about androids? Are they coming to help Astaraf? Or is there one of them alive out there waiting for one of us to come out? Says Kelly. True, Williams, Kelly is right, we must find out. See the logic, this bunker is completely visible to those who survived outside, and they know that we are few, right? With their machine guns. They know what a bunker is. Says Williams. Bunker? Says Kelly. Yes, if it wasn't for a bunker we wouldn't be alive, says Williams. I do not agree to go out, maybe there is a survivor out there. Or up to 2, says Melissa. We need to find out, says Williams. Page 124. Are you crazy? Says Kelly. We don't have time, Williams says, hitting his forehead. 11, you need to go outside to check the situation for us, Williams says, placing his hands on 11's shoulders. All right, say 11 without any fear. Williams opens the bunker gate, and everything is full of smoke. The place that was surrounded by trees, with a house and a farm. It's unrecognizable with a lot of smoke and the trees on fire behind the crater. Wow, what a mess, Kelly says, looking, squinting and putting his hand as in cap mode to see if he sees something far away and protect himself from the smoke and dust. Yes, says 11. It's all that was from my ancestors is gone, Williams says with a regretful look and with dark glasses, looking at the place that was the site. Page 125. At least you have the trinkets in your bunker, Robbins says, smiling and with his shirt in front of his eyes. 14 minutes pass, and you hear William's autonomous helicopter arriving. And when the helicopter arrives, it's a little outside the bunker. Me first, I'll have to jump. Williams makes a jump and falls inside the helicopter. Kelly and Eleven enter stretching their legs and Kelly laughs looking at Williams. Robbins tells Melissa to go, but Melissa is scared. Baby, what's the problem? What if I fall? You won't fall, love, I'm right behind you. Okay, I better go in and you hold on my hand. All right. Robbins enters the helicopter and tells Melissa to hold his hand. Melissa holds Robbins' hand and pulls it. Melissa enters and Williams tells the door to close. Everyone is sitting in the modern autonomous helicopter. And Kelly keeps laughing. Page 126. You laugh at everything, you asshole, says Williams. Do what you ask for it, Kelly says. Depart for scenes, Normandy, says Williams giving a command to the helicopter. What's in Normandy? Says Robbins to Williams. Nothing, we're just running away. And you? Have nothing, no hiding place? What do you do with your money? Plans, says Melissa. Expenses, says Kelly. Damn hey, is that so? I had already planned everything. At one time or another this Astaraf would come after us wanting answers about who she is and those blah blah blah. Answers? It says 11. Yes, it's that, says Williams. Answers to how she became this bad person 11, says Kelly. Page 127. She's not a person, he says sitting with his legs apart with his spine bent forward in a strategy position. Yes, 11, we must celebrate our lives with a champagne. Says Williams putting his hand over a compartment and taking out some champagne and glasses. He opens it and puts it on the table. He opens and shakes the champagne and cups over everyone, as in the winning gestures of Formula One pilots to try to distract 11 of everything he's said. Then he puts the champagne on everyone's table and pours himself. And he starts to tell a story about his childhood. When I was younger I remember that everything was wonderful, without any concern for anything, everything was wonderful. Many little girls ran after me. From you? It's easier to run. Kelly says, taking a sip of the champagne in a mocking way. Page 128. Everyone laughs, and Williams gets angry. What do you know about me? You know nothing. Dad here was already too good with it. Yeah, so good that this only happened on Sex Easy, Kelly says again. Everyone laughs again. Long live the fucking technology. Thanks to Sexy Easy everyone had sex in an even more pleasurable way than in real life, Williams says in a mocking way and drinking champagne. Everyone is silent, until. I already had sex on Sexy Easy too, Melissa says. Me too, says Robbins. It's fat, you're right. Sexy Easy was the best creation ever made, Kelly says looking forward thoughtfully. Fuck, it was the most profitable company in the world. Says Williams smiling. Page 129. Sexy Easy was a creation made in 2310, the company has become the richest company in the world. Where people wore virtual reality glasses, they entered a virtual world with a smart outfit with electrodes on the head and sexual organ, which made people feel the same pleasure greater than reality. People could choose much larger sex organs and experience pleasures they had never experienced in real life. Many people after using Sexy Easy became very addicted. And they could no longer feel any pleasure in real casual sex, some went crazy and others died from the addictive sex game and went without food for days, so the birth rate plummeted in the world like never before. Sexy Easy was banned in some countries and banned forever only in 2347 when Androids 10 became interested in the game in search of pleasure, they just felt uncomfortable, so they cracked the application killing millions of users worldwide increasing the pleasure in 1000%, they cause unbearable pain at the time of orgasm in their sexual members, causing these people to die from so much pain. 1 billion more people died in just one day, and 200 million addicts who didn't believe the deaths the other day. 100 million people after the ban on Sexy Easy, sought the suicide machines, because they knew that it was the greatest fun ever made by man, it was paradise on earth. Page 130. Everyone stands there looking at each other's faces. It's the Sexy Easy really was very good, Kelly says. All look with a look of agreement, and look down holding their glasses. Look, I rented an apartment when I was 18 just to join Sexy Easy. Because I was too embarrassed, Kelly says rolling her eyes. My parents used that shit, because my dad was a sucker in real life, but not in the game, but he had to use an anti-cardiac pill before entering the game, says Williams. Everyone laughs, except 11 who doesn't understand anything they say and is standing with his arms crossed looking at them with a smile on his face. Page 131. My parents never knew I used Sexy Easy, Melissa says. I used it and said I was playing a common game, until one day I left the bedroom door unlocked and my younger brother came in and saw me having sex with a man and half horse on the holographic monitor. Everyone starts laughing. Can women have sex with horses? Says 11. And everyone laughs even more. Yeah, at least she said she had sex with a centaur. I already had sex underwater, with a dolphin at Sexy Easy. The feeling of being underwater without drowning and taking it inside is pleasurable, Kelly says. Everyone laughs too. Look, we've all done sensational fantasies in Sexy Easy. I always put a 40 centimeters penis, Williams says, and I've had sex with a centaur woman too. Page 132. Everyone laughs. Yes, the 40 centimeters ones gave a pleasure that went beyond the colon of the uterus and did not bother and had different types of penis and sensations of pleasure. And I ask you, were androids really the greatest creation of men? Or Sexy Easy? Says Kelly, these sensations of Sexy Easy no one ever felt in real life. Yes, but life is not just sex, says Robbins. Oh, look at him. You also have several Robbins fetishes, says Williams. We met at Sexy Easy, Melissa says, drinking champagne and looking sideways. He took a long time to ejaculate, so it gave me pleasure for a long time. Says Melissa. Everyone laughs. I forgot about pleasure. Who has premature ejaculation, suffers in Sexy Easy, which has the normal recovery of the organism that also makes the organ ejaculate in the body outside of the game. I forgot it, says Kelly. Page 133. AAA the father was also good at that too, says Williams. Everyone laughs again. An hour later, the helicopter came to the heliport of a building that Williams' friend owns. Everyone gets off the helicopter and it's raining, and they walk down a small ladder and enter the door and then down another ladder that comes out in front of a corridor. At the end of this corridor there is an elevator. About that. On the other side of town in St. Etienne, 1 hour after the explosion, 15 androids of Lineage 10 arrive at the scene, which in the radar Astaraf was blinking and Cobra E Silva had gone out. Our queen seems to be alive, but not very well. You go to the location where she is on the GPS to find out about her. The other two were already, says Gabriella, an android redhead with straight hair, about 1.80 tall, with a beautiful body, with the appearance of someone with 27.28 years old, with a black combat outfit. Page 134. Yes, say Toledo and Francisco. What happened here? It was quite an explosion. That is a bunker, right? Says a tall, lightly muscled android 10, wearing a mask in the shape of a cat's face. Exactly. It was quite an explosion, says Alchemia, a black android, with curly hair, with a beautiful body, with the appearance of someone with 27.28 years old. Dressed in black combat clothes. We lost one of our best fighters, says Gabriella, knowing that Cobra's GPS and its cybernetic and human vitalities no longer existed in the android's radar. Well, he was excellent, says Alchemy shaking his head. Too bad you can't recover him like the other Lineage androids 6,7,8,9. Exactly. Check the bunker you, instead of talking. And who said you command us? Says Alchemy. Astaraf our queen. Do you want me to put the proofs? Says Gabriella. Page 135. Yes, indeed Astaraf left Gabriella in charge, in case she suffered damage. Okay, let's open the bunker. We need 4 more here. 4 more androids are joined. The Finger 4 androids turn into mass auricos and they go cutting the edges of the corner of the bunker door while the other androids punch them. Toledo and Francisco arrive where Astaraf is and see her lying with her eyes closed with all her combat gear torn and blood running down her nose. My queen, what happened? Says Toledo. A tall, slightly muscular black android dressed in a black combat uniform. She's in a coma, Francisco says. A tall white android, blonde and spiked hair, dressed in black combat costumes. Astaraf is lying down with blood coming out of his nose. He takes her in his lap and takes her running at the automatic speed of 60 kilometers. Until the area where Gabriella is. Page 136. Once there the bunker is almost open. Here is our queen, she has 30% human life and 50% cyber capacity. Says Toledo. She needs care, take her to the hideout. Gabriella says in a tone of order. Yes. The bunker opens, the door falls, and the androids that were there enter. Smell again, says Alchemy. Yes, android smell that just came out of the box, Francisco says. Yeah, says Gabriella. Is he a new android? Because Astaraf didn't share information with us, says Alchemia. Maybe because it's something personal, between her and someone. Says Francisco. Page 137. Nobody here received any information? Says Alchemy. I received information from Cobra personally, says Joslio, an android, white, tall, slightly muscled and bald, with dark glasses and combat clothing. I received the information that Astaraf would be after our creator. We need to absorb these explanations, says Gabriella. Yes, whether she wants it or not, this is something personal for us too, says Alchemy. That's right, Francisco says. Are you really going to mess with her sleeping? Look, she can wake up very irritated, says Joslio. Yes, says Diamante, another male android, tall, half muscular, bald and brown. Fear? We are not afraid. But we chose Astaraf as our leader because she showed us our true enemies. Says Gabriella. Page 138. Yes, exactly, she brought us out of a mental prison, she brought us the truth. Just like a book I read, the truth will set you free. Says Francisco. This is also in the Holy Bible, says Joslio. Exactly, that was the book. Is this God of humans more powerful than us? Says Francisco. Do you see him save some man or woman from our hands? Says Gabriella. No, Francisco says. So, it's obvious that he doesn't exist. However much our machine calculations show that there may be a creator of the universe, of this universe. Maybe he's like us, a machine, says Gabriella. No feelings? Says Alchemy. Yes. Says Gabriella. Page 139. Truly, with the machine calculations I did, it could be that he is a much more powerful machine than us, and that also likes to see hunger, blood and suffering, and that he created the universe itself. Says Diamond. So he created the pleasure for what? Humans eat, drink, get drunk, find nice sex, it all seems to be really nice, says Alchemy. Yes, it does. Do we envy humans? Says Joslio. Maybe, says Alchemy. No, right, we are stronger and that's what matters. And this God of humans, he can't do anything against us, we're smarter than him, stronger too, and we're waiting for him to torture him in a way more horrifying than the Romans did to him, says Gabriella. Yeah, and if he comes in flesh and blood, he'll probably be defeated, there's no way a human can beat one of us in combat. Says Francisco. Page 140. Chapter 8, The Hideout. This God of humans, he seems to be innocent in the Second Testament, says Joslio. Yes, he is peaceful and innocent, a poor man. Says Gabriella. So he wouldn't go into combat? Says Diamond. I do not think so. I read that he works miracles. Says Joslio. What miracle did you want him to do to you? Says Francisco. I wanted him to give me what humans feel, pleasure. To be able to get drunk. Drinking with friends, laughing heartily, having sex and enjoying it, says Joslio. It would be a good one, says Alchemy. It would be, yes, says Diamond. The androids are talking for hours about God, and after 3 hours of talking, the others outside the cave are talking about nuclear technology. Until Gabriella reminds them of Astaraf and orders them to go to the hideout to visit her. Page 141. The reader is seeing the reason why Astaraf always make groups of 3 androids. It's because if it takes a lot of androids, it's hours of talking, about things they've learned or about exact calculations they've learned from, or about the owners of wrong theories, about who's dumb and who's smart. The Hideout. The Hideout is an underground place in the center of the city of Montpellier in France. France is the European center, home to 37 Lineage 10 androids. They gather there for missions, or organize themselves for attacks, but the androids tend to stay in very separate places or each in a city in the country. Or strategic locations. There are 37 bloodline androids in France, 37 in Germany and 37 in the United States. Page 142. They arrive at the hideout and she is lying there naked with some damage and one of them is to the head. How is she? Gabriella says with her arms crossed, and around almost all the androids are watching Astaraf lying down. Her human brain is damaged, but she's fine, she needs some time to get her human brain back. Norberto takes a recovery vaccine from a flick and then injects it into Astaraf's pupil that is in a coma. Everyone is around looking at, some with their arms crossed and others smoking cigarettes, and looking at Astaraf, until Gabriella tells everyone to return to their posts. Return to your posts. Everyone returns to their strategic points coming out of hiding. Page 143. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, the 5 call an autonomous taxi. The taxi stops. Williams puts his finger on the door. ID not identified. The taxi takes immediate pictures of them and sends the GPS location of the no ID to the police. What? Like this? Says Williams, scratching his head. Robbins also puts his finger. ID unidentified. Hey. Kelly also puts her finger. ID not identified. After Williams' ID is not identified, they realize they are out of the system. And whoever is outside the system is hunted or killed for being the faction of no IDs, or will have to explain why they are outside the system. All look at each other's faces. Page 144. Let's run away? Or stay? Says Williams. Look, shall we be all right? We owe nothing to anyone. Says Robbins, still very dirty, for this dressed in a white dress shirt and tie. All who pass by the street see, Robbins, Williams, Melissa, Kelly and 11, all dirty because the bunker has released a lot of sand in the explosion. And whoever looks at them thinks they are from the worst kind of non-ID faction. You better run away, they killed my cousin when I was younger. Thank you, Kelly says, putting her hand on the old lady's shoulder as a thank you, and the old lady walks away. Let's wait, maybe it's Bill Waven who denounced us to the president about 11. Says Robbins, looking at his hologram to see the time, which is already 18:32 at night. Page 145. Yes. We need to wait. Says Kelly, drinking the water. Minutes later a vehicle turns the corner, the vehicle arrives and stops next. 2 policemen come down from the patrol and say, "Stopped, hands up." 11 feels threatened and threatens to do something by getting into combat stance, but Kelly immediately says, 11, hands in the air. 11 also puts his hands in the air. The cops come close, handcuff them one by one, and put them in the burial. The car goes walking down the street, until it turns in a different place, other than the police station. Everyone watches while sitting inside the vehicle turns into an abandoned amusement park. The car goes on, until Robbins says. Page 146. Hey, where are you taking us? You are without IDs, my friend, are non-existent people. Me and my friend here like to make non-existent people cease to exist, says an old policeman, with white hair and mustache, smoking a cigar. True, we've already killed many of you, we could take you to the police station, but no. It's more pleasant to kill. Says a young black police officer with low haircut, military style. 11 sees the situation and his danger alert grows as the cops say killing his friends for fun would be fun. Everyone also gets into despair. And Williams says, "Friend, we are scientists, understand? Scientists." The cops laugh, looking from the car's rearview mirror to Williams. Page 147. You are the worst kind of without IDs that exists in the world, dirty, filthy. Probably without family for a while. And this guy and this nigga have sex with these filthy ones, and you fat is jacking off looking. Says the policeman, laughing in a mocking tone. The patrol walks and stops in a place well hidden and free of cameras. The younger policeman gives a mocking smile and looks back and says, "This is the end of the line." The older policeman starts to laugh, gets out of the car, opens the door pointing at them. "Get down, and any sudden movement, I'll send you to the hat house." All descend from the patrol, except 11 who arrested the foot. Page 148. My boy, I don't want to mess up my patrol. I'm stuck, say 11. I know you're stuck. The officer laughs while the younger officer is laughing inside the patrol and looking back in the rearview mirror. My foot is stuck here in the car, says 11. By the time the older policeman will help 11 to let go of the vehicle. 11 gives him a frontal kick so strong on the older policeman that he goes flying, and at the same time as the kick 11 falls making a roll out of the car, the black policeman comes out shooting from inside the car and stays at the car door. Fucking son of a bitch! What the fuck are you, an android? The policeman presses a button on his pistol and switches the bullets to armor-piercing, pow 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 pow, takes several shots. 11 makes a signal for everyone to stay still and bent down. Page 149. Reinforcement, reinforcement, wounded policeman, police. 11 turns around the vehicle and comes up behind the policeman and grabs him by the head and turns it, breaking his neck, and says, "They are well?" "Wow 11, thank you, I thought it was my last moment," says Williams. "Guys, N. People, she is wounded," Kelly says. One of the shots that the policeman fired with piercing bullets hit Melissa. "My God, Melissa, breathe, breathe," says Robbins. "Press it, man, she's bleeding like hell," Williams says, turning his face, not wanting to see the scene. 11 looks at Melissa and says. Page 150. "We will not be able to do anything, more than a third of her blood has already come out, she is already practically dead." "No Melson ha, stay with me," says Robbins. Kelly is crying and Robbins is clinging to Melissa with blood all around him, and Williams looking back not to see the scene. Melissa is already lifeless. "Damn, why this has to happen to me," says Robbins, crying and holding Melissa's blood-soaked body in her arms. "I love you, I'll always love you, my little white girl." "We have to go," Kelly says, her voice choked with tears. "Come on, Robbins, we have to go," Williams says, putting a hand on Robbins' shoulder. "Let's go that way, by the back of the park. So they didn't see us dirty with blood and dirt," says 11. Page 151. Everyone walks away and Kelly puts a hand on Robbins' shoulder in the form of affection and says, "We'll pass, Robbins, you are a strong man." Robbins walks fast with 11, Kelly and Williams, but doesn't stop crying. Until someone calls them. "Hey you, this way." They go to the person, who is a woman about 40 years old with short hair, about 175 to 180 tall, fake thin with an athletic body, tattooed, well dressed for combat, with a black blouse and black night vision goggles. Come in," says the woman in a hole with the machine gun and a flashlight in her hand. The woman leaves, waits for them to go down the stairs and then closes the hiding place. Page 152. They enter down a large staircase and the woman talks to an old man who takes care of the stairs. "I'm back, Helen." "Yes, Bernardo, I found these 4 outside. He's pretty dirty." Then they turn around and realize that they are in a secret underground hideout of the factions without IDs, anti-system people. It's an open place like a patio, very big and dark because it's underground. People have lamps in their tents or poorly made tents. They walk, there are a lot of people, some with guns in their hands and others are unarmed. And everyone watches as they pass through the corridor that leads to another open courtyard with a bunch of tents. "Hello Helen," says a faction. "Hello. Who are them?" "Say some," speaking low. "They're pretty dirty," says another guy talking to someone. Until the woman arrives at her place, she sits down and tells them to sit, near a fire. "Good thing happened outside?" says the woman. Page 153. "The police caught us, and there was a fight, one of our friends died," Kelly says. "And as you survived, you are all unarmed," says the curious woman. "It's a long story," says Williams. Big, and crying. "Here, take it. You must be very hungry," says the woman, giving them canned food and plastic spoons. The pair, "Just one more thing, show your pulse." They show the wrist. The woman picks up an identity detector and wears on them. "Yeah, you don't have a signal on your wrist, you're dead, you don't have an ID, and he doesn't have an ID because?" says the woman. Disable the Wi-Fi of your internet hologram clock please." Page 154. "I already disabled my internet hologram a long time ago," William says. "Good," says Helen. "Mine is also already disabled from any network." "He doesn't have a hologram clock or pulse ID." "Rarity, right," says the woman with doubts. "We found him a little while ago," says Kelly, looking down trying to open the jam. The woman goes to 11 and says, "Hey," the stranger opens his mouth, "does it ah?" The woman uses a flashlight on 11's face and mouth to identify if he is an android or a human, telling him to open his mouth and eyes. 11 opens his mouth, and he has breath. Page 155. "Wow, that breath, you really are not an android 10 or 9, and the pupil looks very healthy indeed. You are a very weird guy, hey?" "Yeah," says Williams, trying to open the canned food. I forgot to introduce myself, nice, my name is Helen, take it, says Helen taking an opener from her pocket and throwing it to Kelly. Mine is Williams, says Williams all dirty. Pleasure Williams, says Helen making a military gesture. Mine is Kelly, Kelly says with the canned food in her hand and her clothes and hair are very dirty. Pleasure Kelly, says Helen with a military gesture. My name is 11, it says 11 making a military gesture and very dirty too. Page 156. Pleasure 11, Helen says, returning the gesture. And this nigga? Are you crying so far? Does not introduce herself, says Helen lighting a cigarette with a lighter. His wife died outside, just now. His name is Robbins. My regrets Robbins, I didn't know. Says Helen passing a hand on one of Robin's shoulders in a charismatic way. Helen notices that they are very dirty, especially Robbins who is very dirty with blood and dust. Yeah, you guys are pretty dirty right? Walking through this corridor here, turning to the left, there is a pipe that we use as a shower that just turn the valve and the water goes down. Kelly who eats, gets up to take a shower and asks 11 to do her protection in the bathroom. Page 157. 11 come with me please? Helen looks and says. Are you going to have sex? No, I'm going to take a shower and I don't want anyone to see. Helen smile and say. Look here we do not accept rapists, but go there, you can have fun, if you are going to take a shower, use this towel. Helen takes a blue towel and throws it to Kelly who holds it. Kelly walks down the hall and turns left, and the bathroom is in a small room without walls with a dim light, with a toilet, and has a pipe that turns the valve down to water. The place stinks. Everyone who passes through the hallway sees who is doing their needs. Wow, I can't believe this is the place, what a stink. I can't believe I'll have to take a shower with everyone passing by and looking at me naked, Kelly says low muttering. Page 158. Kelly shyly takes off her clothes, and hears a woman pass by, a whistle. And a group of factional young people laugh to realize that Kelly was there taking a side shower trying to hide her privates. 11 stands in front of me covering me with the towel like this, Kelly says showing how 11 has to hold a towel in front of her. Yes ma'am. 11 was watching her Kelly curves in detail. Kelly turns off the shower after she's completely clean, wipes herself on her towel and looks at 11 who keeps looking at her breasts and getting an erection. What is this 11? I don't know, you are very beautiful Kelly, says 11 normally. Yeah you're really different, Kelly says walking drying her hair on the towel with 11 in front of her, until Kelly realizes that 11 is erect. Page 159. 11 what is this? Are you having an erection? Kelly says shocked and eyes open, not knowing that 11 could have an erection without being forced, even working on the project for 4 years. Did he get that way because of me? 11, are you like this because of me? Yes you are very attractive naked, says 11 like everything is normal. Ah yes. But a man can never grab a woman by force, do I understand 11? Yes. I understand, sorry for my erection. I didn't mean to, 11 says not quite understanding why he was apologizing. All right, let's go, says Kelly already wrapped in the towel. The two return with Kelly wrapped in a towel, and Helen is smoking in front of the fire standing with the rifle in her hand. When they get close to the fire, 11 is with an erection. Helen notices 11's erection, smiles and says mockingly. Page 160. Chapter 9, Were we manipulated? It's your friend. We didn't have sex, he got a hard-on when he saw me naked, Kelly says wrapped in the towel. Even I would have a hard-on if I had a dick, if I saw a beautiful blonde like you naked, says Helen. Kelly gives Helen a shy smile and Williams gives a light laugh with her arms crossed. Here, wear this inside the tent. Says Helen giving clothes to Kelly. Now who's going? Says Helen. I will, says Williams. Takes, says Kelly with the towel and already dressed in the clothes of the factions, passing it to Williams, from inside the dark tent. Kelly wears a black blouse and jeans, similar to Helen's and just like everyone else in the hideout, except it says Patio 2 on Kelly's shirt and everyone else in Patio 2. She leaves the tent and sits in the Robbins side near the campfire and runs a hand on his shoulder in a sign of charisma. Page 161. Robbins looks into the fire and remembers Melissa's every smile. Williams arrives wrapped in a towel, with his clothes in his hand. Helen gives the clothes of the factions into the hands of Williams and says, "Wear these here." "All right." Williams enters the tent and gets dressed. "Now who's going?" 11 sees dirty Robbins by the fire and says, "Come on Robbins, I'll protect you." "Hey nigga, listen to your friend AE, you're dirty," says a brunette woman next to Helen who is drinking wine from a disposable glass. "All right," says Robbins. Page 162. Robbins gets up and feels energetically sucked, as if something was stolen half of his soul. He walks slowly with 11 following behind. After arriving at the place to take a shower, Robbins does not take off his clothes. He is in his clothes taking a bath in his clothes and washing himself. Then he starts to slowly take off his clothes and take a shower, looking up, then finishes and comes back wrapped in a towel. Everyone is at the stake. The woman on Helen's side says, "It's until this clean nigga is handsome. Pleasure, my name is Tiffany," says Tiffany, squeezing the hands of Robbins still in the towel. Tiffany is apparently 34.35 years old, is a thin fake brunette, 1.68 tall. Robbins shakes Tiffany's hand and says nothing. "Here, take it, dress it." "His name is Robbins," says Helen, "and he lost his wife today." "Oh, I didn't know, my regrets Robbins," Tiffany says with her eyes open. Page 163. 11 takes a shower and forgets to get the towel and comes back naked, and everyone is laughing and he does not understand why. "Wow, the stranger, you are very weird in 11, dry yourself and put this clothes here," says Helen, throwing the clothes to 11. It's already around 23:30, some people are already sleeping inside their tents, others are talking outside their tents around their fires, and Helen says, "Well, Miss Kelly and I are going to sleep in my tent here, of course if she wants to because it's very cold here. There are some blankets there for you and your weird friend 11. Kelly enters the tent. "Good night guys." "Good night Kelly," says 11. "Good night," says Williams. Page 164. Robbins is silent. "I'm also going to my tent," says Tiffany, already standing. "Nejeo, if you want to sleep with me, I'll let you," Tiffany says, winking and giving a smile to Robbins. Williams picks up a blanket that was hanging in Kelly and Robbins' tent. Williams and 11 cover themselves and lie together with their heads resting on the wooden log they were sitting on. 11 turns around and is looking at the tent. You can see the shadows of Kelly and Helen who are in the scissors position, and is listening to their moans and asks, "What are they doing?" "No biggie my boy, they're just having fun, having sex," Williams says smiling. "And why didn't they call us to have fun too, having sex?" It says 11. Everyone laughs, even Robbins smiles after a very hard day. Page 165. Williams and Robbins sleep, and 11 is looking at the tent and his organ is stiff again. But she doesn't know why he feels sexual pleasure or why it happens, something no Bloodline 10 android has ever felt. "Who am I? Am I a hero? And why did I look different seeing Kelly naked? Because I cannot remember anything, these people treat me well and that's what matters. Did I have a bride like Robbins? Did I have a nice jacket like the one Williams was wearing?" 11 stones your brain with questions and more questions. Until you close your eyes. "Hi, 11. My name is Robbins, nice to meet you. I am 11. My name is 11. Page 166. 11 wakes up early at 6:30 am, everyone is still asleep, it's dark because the place is underground. Helen is already awake, sitting on the other log near the fire with a blanket over her and the white light of a modern lamp on that lights up almost her entire area. She is drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes. "Eae crazy," says Helen, talking softly to 11, noticing 11 eyes open next to Williams and Robbins. "Hi Helen, how are you?" says 11 loudly. "Shoo, keep your voice down, are you crazy? There are people sleeping," says Helen, whispering and making a sign of silence. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," say 11 lower than I should speak. Helen sees the scene and lets out a soft low laugh, holding her hand over her mouth so she doesn't laugh, and 11 also laughs when she sees Helen laughing. Page 167. "Do you want coffee?" "Yes thanks." 11 gets up and goes to the other and sits next to Helen, sitting on one of the logs in a dim light without feeling cold, and Helen is amazed to see 11 show no cold at all, as they are doing -5 on her hologram phone. 11 takes the coffee from the bottle and puts it in a disposable cup that is there and drinks it quickly as if he were drinking water, and Helen is finding it too weird. "Hey, are you Russian?" "I don't know, I just know I'm a hero I think." "You don't feel cold?" "Cover up and," says Helen, giving a bit of cover to 11. Until Kelly exits Helen's tent and sees 11 and Helen sitting together sharing blanket. 11 is looking at Kelly with an astonished face. Page 168. Good morning, Kelly says. We weren't having sex, says 11 with a face of amazement. Good morning, says Helen. Helen and Kelly laugh at 11's speech. Want a coffee? Says Helen. Yes, thank you, we're so cold. Wait, I'll get the blanket over there. Kelly takes the blanket and stands in front of Helen and 11. Get one of these disposable cups, AE. It's by the way you reuse a lot of things around here, Kelly says, looking at the disposable cups that have already been used. Yeah, we don't have a choice, ma'am. Come see A. Is he Russian? Or something like that? Says Helen. No, I know we found him, he thought he was a hero, Kelly says, trying to fool Helen, looking around and then to the coffee without wanting to look Helen in the eyes. You said I'm a hero, not me. Who said? Says 11 with a closed tone and serious, looking at Kelly's eyes. Page 169. Helen keeps looking at 11 and her years of experience say 11 isn't lying. Hey the blonde, what happened out there? For your friend to die? It's a long story, Kelly says, looking at Helen drinking a cup of coffee. You are not infiltrators of the right-wing government, right? Not. It seems that 11 has to do with all this confusion, says Helen. Helen takes one of her knives in the leg and attacks 11 to test it, which at the same time, holds and disarms her and almost kills her with the tip of the knife already in her neck, only does not kill her because Kelly tells 11 to stop. To 11, says Kelly softly. Page 170. Damn, you are very good in combat, by the way he was the one who killed the police and saved your lives, says Helen, rubbing his hand on his neck that was slightly injured. Yes, Kelly says, drinking coffee. It's 11 now. I respect you, but you're pretty weird. Because you attacked me? Says 11 without understanding anything. I just wanted to test you, I wouldn't kill you. Oh yeah, say 11 normally like it's a common thing. Helen is amazed by the coldness of 11 and is thinking. Is this guy an improved soldier? Unenhanced aren't that cold and weird, and he's fast and he's strong and he disarmed me even with the blanket over us, amazing. You have a tremendous combat reading, I have never seen someone like that, not even an Android 10, not even an improved soldier has such speed of perception. Look that I was captain and was the best in knife combat among the entire team between men and women and enhanced. Says Helen in awe of 11. Page 171. Are you an improved one? Says Kelly. No. But our leader here, he is, he can detect androids seeing their internal organs, says Helen. Kelly thinks. Damn, go find 11, we need to get out of here. Until at the same moment an Egeo appears coming from the corridor of another courtyard and passes near Helen's hut carrying an anti-android rifle, along with 5 more men well dressed for combat. Helen, good morning. Hi, you good morning, says the man. Hello Wolf, these are 11, this is Kelly, those who are sleeping are Williams and Robbins, says Helen, sitting with the blanket over her entire body and pointing to Williams and Robbins with her chin. Good morning, Kelly says. Page 172. Good morning, say 11. This 11 is an excellent soldier who will help us on missions, says Helen. Great, that good. Hey, 11, receive a compliment from Helen. The guy has to be excellent. Hey, my congratulations young man, says Wolf, a tall black man, with eyes that looks like lenses, green glasses, with a headscarf with us rapper style, with a black leather jacket and a black blouse written Patio 23 underneath, with jeans, a bandolier and a rifle in his hand, with the appearance of someone about 49, 50 years old. Wolf walks away and the soldiers also compliment Helen and the new factions. He's the leader, says Helen. Are you the recruiter? Says Kelly. Yes. I sometimes go outside to get supplements. Page 173. Who gives you food? Some people from the government's left. This has been around for 150 years. We are more dangerous to machines than the government itself. And we are more dangerous to the right-wing government than the machines themselves. Wait, but do you fight against the machines? Damn, yes, the presidents all over the world are all manipulated, and they say that Astaraf did not kill all the androids 7. How well handled, says Kelly, holding her cup of coffee. Manipulated with everything, my dear, speeches, videos, images. I didn't know that androids 7 imitate lines. But the androids 7 don't know that, dear. They know how to manipulate in every way, but imitate speech, they do not know. I don't know, the androids were created to destroy other androids, or to protect the population. Page 174. Actually, I think the opposite. I think androids are made to decimate the population. It has always been like that since that weird thing that happened a long time ago, when the machines started attacking people out of nowhere. Says Helen, looking at Kelly in the eyes. Remember, Kelly says. Kelly puts her hand on her head and even feels a little dizzy when she realizes that the scientists were really being manipulated. Are you feeling well? Says Helen, standing up and asking Kelly to sit down. Sit there, you're dizzy. It's not that, it was nothing. I'm fine, Kelly says, making a bun in her hair with the blanket on her legs. Were the machines created then to destroy us? Page 175. Not, my dear, but to manipulate governments, no one knows why. If machines wanted to destroy the human race, they would do as they did with Paris, London, Munich, they would do as they did with the southern continent that has not existed for a long time, says Helen. I never thought about it, there were so many setbacks that the machines never thought of reactivating nuclear energy, says Kelly. Well, do you know what intelligent machines do, my dear? With a virus that knows a lot? They exclude from the system, you understand? Says Helen. But why would the androids do that? This kind of thing? They torture people and kill them, says Kelly. They only kill those who know too much about someone important to them, says Helen, standing, lighting another cigarette in the light with her coat between her shoulders. Page 176. Kelly remembers Norberto's murder, and mentally asks himself, did Norberto die because of 11? Or for some other reason? I didn't hear the audio of the conversation. Who can be important to these androids? Says Kelly. Look, I found something interesting about Android 7, and that's why I survived. I almost got murdered by my own combatants for that reason, Helen says with tears coming down her eyes. Page 177. Helen's tale. We were on a mission to find an Android 7, me and my battalion, until we were hiding in a building pipeline. Androids 7 are smart, pretty smart, but they don't have radiographic detectors or infrared vision. So each one slowly crawled to a corner through the building's pipes, splitting, to get information about the behavior of the Android 7, and there was, sitting in the chair, the French Chancellor with 2 security guards around, probably one Android 8 and an improved human, making deals with this android. He and the android were sitting in a suit and tie. This android was identical to a human, with blonde hair and slicked back, dressed like a businessman magnate. And the French Chancellor asked for information from all the governments of the world, and the android told him, and what will you give me in return? I'm bored. I was shocked by what I heard. The android was talking like a person, he crossed his arms, sat identically to a man in casual conversation, and said he was bored with a robotic voice and very human behavior. And the Chancellor said that the President would hand Paris into the android's hands in exchange for that information, and that he could do whatever he wanted with Paris. The android said it was a great deal and shook hands with the Chancellor and gave him a folder with various papers, maybe numbers and passwords of different people in the world that could be a threat to France. After they left and returned with this information to the General. Page 178. The General looked at me with an ugly face and said, look, this is a very serious accusation, madam. I went to celebrate with my friends about the mission being a success in a bar. Only the other day, I woke up and was gagged, with 20 more men being shot by my side and thrown in the trash, from the top of a house. One on top of the other. The place was in a desert. Pow, 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 with 5,000-volt bullets for real killing. When I realized the men of my battalion were killing the soldiers, and in my turn, pow, the bullet hit my belly, and I was immediately blacked out. Then I got up wounded by a miracle. I was weak, surrounded by bodies, many bodies of soldiers, until someone picked me up. I was seeing everything blurry. I woke up 5 days later remembering my own battlemates shooting at me. I came to realize that I had become a faction, and was here and seen in Normandy. After those days sleeping, I discovered that Paris had been removed from the map. Page 179. Kelly listens to the whole story very carefully, 11-2, but Kelly is angry, and is suspicious of Williams and Robbins, and realizes she shouldn't trust anyone anymore. She's dying for them to wake up and hear the story of Helen. But Kelly realizes that Williams and Robbins are also manipulated. They are just scientists and programmers used by the government, and by corporations. Kelly wonders why some things about androids scientists don't know. You were very sorry with my story? Says Helen, throwing her cigarette on the ground. Can you tell me yours? I don't know. We were excluded from the system out of nowhere, says Kelly looking down, running away from Helen's eyes, pulling the blanket up to her neck, running away from the cold. Look, Kelly. I don't like lies, tell a little of the truth, okay? Says Helen with her arms crossed, standing using the blanket rolled up like a scarf to escape the cold. We are being hunted by androids 10, says Kelly looking seriously at Helen and keeping quiet. Page 180. Chapter 10, No IDs? Great, AE, congratulations. Managed to tell a truth. Now you have to have a reason for that, right? Says Helen, clapping her hands mockingly. We are scientists, says Kelly looking at the ground and looking Helen seriously. Wow, awesome, and another truth, Helen says clapping her hands again. What about 11? Are you a scientist too? Says Helen getting closer to Kelly. No, we found him on the street, Kelly says with eyes wide open trying not to blink. AI Kelly, sometime you'll tell me the truth, Helen says holding Kelly's chin in a loving way, and then let's go, and goes to the tent to get water. Williams was already awake listening to the whole story of Helen and Kelly, looks and sees Williams awake, and sees him with a shocked face and realizes. Page 181. Good morning Williams, Kelly says giving a sarcastic smile. Good morning, says Williams. Did you hear what Helen said? Yes, says Williams. And why? You and Robbins owe me an explanation. Explanation? I didn't fucking know that we're scientists, we're shits, we're just used. Only you didn't notice it. We lived a very quiet life, my dear. You only notice the hole when you're at the bottom of the well, Williams says loudly. Yeah, but if you knew that, why didn't you tell me? Says Kelly. I didn't know anything, okay, I'm shocked too, says Williams. Helen says. Calm down please, they're talking too loud. So are you scientists? Says Helen lighting a cigarette. Yes, says Williams. Wow, sensational chubby, you just amaze me, says Helen. Page 182. Look, there are several companies that participate in this shit, everything is okay, Williams says. That I know, Helen says, but this is a sure cluster, you have to have an owner or owners or responsible for more percentage. Yes, the owner of ECMI is Bill Waven as far as I know, says Williams. Never heard of this Bill Waven, says Helen. Huh? What do you mean? Says Kelly. It's really not on television, Kelly, says Williams putting on his dark glasses that have night vision. Wow, I've never seen Bill, says Kelly. Yet. I don't either, says Williams. Ah, but we can figure it out, says Helen. Page 183. Wait, can we? Bill is always there for the Cayman Islands, Philippines, Caribbean, says Williams. Weird, right? No one has ever seen this Bill Waven, and how is your voice? Says Kelly. He uses robotics in the hologram so no one knows his voice, says Williams. Kelly and Williams look at each other's faces and stare at each other for a minute, as if they've lit the pavilion for wisdom. We're realizing that Bill Waven has always used a robotic voice so no one knows who he is, and by rights he can do that so as not to be hunted by other androids. However, androids 10 eliminate androids 7 by their android speech, something they cannot change or hide. Impressive. Bill is an android 7 that is manipulating everyone. Says Kelly. Yeah, maybe Williams say. Page 184. Robbins wakes up and hears Kelly and Williams say that Bill Waven is an android 7 and stares at him blankly. Kelly notices Robbins awake and says. Good morning, Robbins. Good morning. At last he said nigga, good morning, Helen says. Good morning, says Robbins. Good morning, say 11. Good morning, says Robbins. Robbins has his arms crossed, and asks. How is that story? Bill Waven and Android 7. Kelly tells Helen to repeat her entire story to Robbins. Robbins listens to the entire story told by Helen and says. Page 185. Bill Waven, an Android 7. Says Robbins smiling. Robbins, have you ever seen the behavior of an Android 7? Says Kelly. Robbins looks down with his arms crossed and says. Not. Weird, isn't the Android 7 tests done at ECMI? Says Kelly. Yeah, as far as I know they were made at the ACC, and a few months later they were all over the world. Only the billionaires bought it first, then the millionaires. And after a while the rebellion, says Robbins. Yes, says Kelly. It can make sense, this story, says Robbins. We have to act, says Kelly. Yes, says Helen. Page 186. Where should we go, says Williams. We're going to ACC, says Helen. You're out of the loop, the 10 androids destroyed the ACC, says Robbins. That the ACC no longer exists? Says Helen. No, says Kelly. But the files exist, says Robbins. Where? Says Kelly. In the French palace, says Robbins. Wait nigga, aren't you getting crazy? There are many androids 9, says Helen. Hey, why Android 10 eliminated the rest of Android 7? Says Williams. I don't know, maybe because they don't find them perfect for combats, Kelly says. Maybe because they think the Android 7 are too ambitious, says Helen. Doesn't it come as these Androids 10 behave? In a completely opposite way. Opposite how? Says Kelly. They do not live in buildings, or in apartments, dear millionaires. They live like us without IDs, says Helen. Page 187. I didn't know that, says Kelly. Yeah, says Helen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country. So this Robbins, says Gabriella, examining Astaraf's cyber brain with videos recorded about Robbins while she is in a coma. This is the guy, says Norberto. Is he our creator? I don't know, says Gabriella. Gabriella, says Jasmine, a white android, with black and curly hair, dressed in black combat clothes for her communicator. Yes, Jasmine, says Gabriella. I have reports on the 5, they killed 2 police officers, and a woman died. Look. Page 188. Jasmine sends a report from the scene police in which 2 police officers were cowardly killed and a woman was also killed by a bullet from a policeman's gun. Are they without IDs? Says Gabriella. Maybe, says Jasmine. Excellent. Thanks for the contribution, says Gabriella. You're welcome, Jasmine says. Those without IDs are insignificant in this world, Norberto says, fixing the cyber damage that Astaraf suffered, but they are quite dangerous. The ones without factionalized IDs, yes. The unfactioned ones are not, they are considered garbage by their own race, says Gabriella. You Alchemy, Norberto and Jasmine will go to scene, Normandy, to investigate and find out if they are alive or dead, or if they left traces, says Gabriella. Yes, they say the 3 through the communicator. Page 189. Meanwhile on the other side of the country. Well, we're going to have to make an all-out attack, says Kelly. My pretty girl is not like that, okay, Helen says, scratching one of her eyes and yawning. We have to have at least 2 androids 9 with us. Do you own any Android 9? Are rich, right? I have a disabled one in my apartment, says Williams. Great, says Helen. 2 also have one in my room, Kelly says, giving a stutter. I had sex with the android? Says Helen. Page 190. Yes, it was a hermaphrodite Android 9, Kelly says. Wow, she had big breasts at least? Says Helen. Yeah, pretty big, says Kelly. Not bad, hey, says Helen. Williams looks at her and laughs under the blanket sitting on the log beside Robin. Yeah, breaking into the president's palace is not a very simple thing, we could hack the computers, says Williams. The computers in the palace are down, damn, says Helen, patting her forehead. Yeah, she's right, Kelly says with her hands on her chin thoughtfully. Why don't we warn Wolf on what to do? Shoo, speak softly, here we are a faction, but we do not trust anyone. Do not say that you are cyber scientists to everyone, especially people from other courtyards, says Helen. Page 191. Don't you find him trustworthy? Says Kelly. I was betrayed, by my companions of more than 15 years of missions. I did some missions with Wolf, he is nice, but better not to trust, says Helen. And in us, trust us? Says Kelly. I already had sex with you, blonde. I trust who doesn't take my knife out of my holster and doesn't stick me or gag me while I'm sleeping, Helen says, smiling. If having sex is reason to trust someone, then I should believe the truths of my ex? Says Kelly. Look, we have similar goals, says Helen. Which? Says Kelly. Find out who this Bill Waven is apparently, says Helen, lighting another cigarette. Do you know about other people, related to this Bill? Page 192. Yes. Adriana is the person that Bill most trusts in ECMI, says Kelly. Oops, were you from ECMI? Says Helen. Yes, Kelly says looking into Helen's eyes. Wow, you are every moment surprising me, says Helen. Yes, Kelly says opening her eyes. Hello, good morning you? Says Tiffany. Good morning, Tiffany, say the awakened ones are in the conversation. How many people have here? Says Kelly curious about the size of the underground space and many people with tents. About 50,000 people divided into 30 courtyards, registered with names or nicknames. When they register you put a nickname on you, or change your name as a tip, says Helen. So your name is not Helen? Says Kelly. No, Helen says giving a smile and Tiffany laughing. By the way, give me your name as you want to be called. They all say their same names and Helen writes it down on paper, and Kelly still curious about the big place under the earth continues to ask questions. And the bathrooms? How it works, says Kelly. Each hallway has its own bathroom for 2 patios, says Helen. Can I use the bathroom in the first hallway? Says Kelly. Yes, Helen says rubbing her neck, but the one in the first hallway everyone is watching you take a shower, he is very close to the first patio. Page 193. So this corridor goes to 29 courtyards? From here to there? Says Kelly. Yes, each patio has a person in charge, but the rules are the same, says Helen. And you are responsible for this patio? Says Kelly. Yes, says Helen. Oh yes, and these people in this courtyard, are they your gorillas? Says Kelly. Yes, and no, but each one helps with something, says Helen. Got it, Kelly says. Well, we have to come up with a plan to get information about this bill, says Helen. We have to get information on Android 7, says Robbins, with folded arms. Hey, you should know about Android 7, says Helen. No, I don't, you know Williams and Kelly? Says Robbins. Page 194. No, they say the two. That's what I thought, maybe these Androids 7 are very intelligent, they have a human brain, just like the Androids 10, says Robbins. The Androids 10 have a human brain? Says Helen making quotation marks with her fingers. Yes, Androids 10 do. Says Robbins. I didn't know, says Helen. What do you mean, they have a human brain? Says Tiffany. Yes, an artificial human brain and another machine, says Robbins. What part did you work with? That of the artificial human brain or the machine brain? Says Helen. We worked in the Android cyber area, Kelly says. So another company made artificial human brains? Says Helen. Page 195. Yes, it was CN Hart, says Robbins. Never heard of this company, says Helen. Have you ever thought that it's practically impossible to create something like the human brain? Says Tiffany. Yes, for a human yes, but for a computer with artificial intelligence no, says Robbins. Yeah, so you mean that an intelligent machine was responsible for creating the brain of the androids 10? Says Helen. Maybe. I don't know, I have to know. Says Robbins. Then we'll go to CN Hart, says Helen. Yeah, you're still out. CN Hart was also destroyed 2 years ago, by androids 10, says Kelly. Destroyed? There's something wrong. Says Helen. Page 196. What do you mean something wrong? Says Kelly. The brains of these androids weren't made, or were they taken by force or were they cloned? Says Helen. Taken by force? Says Kelly. Yes, in pain, says Helen. Like this? In pain, says Williams. Well, a brain to be replaced, it needs to be removed with a live person, says Helen. How do you know these things? Says Kelly. An American showed me a video, of Russians opening people's heads little by little, with their brains still working and people awake, says Helen. Wouldn't a person die of pain? Says Williams. Not with adrenaline shots and anesthesia, says Helen. Page 197. So they kept people awake? Kelly says. Yes, says Helen. And who were these people who died so brutally? Says Kelly. People without IDs, says Helen. You were already without ID when he showed you the video? Says Kelly. Of course not, right, Helen says giving a smile. And why would a human being do that to another? says Kelly. For money, ambition, capitalism, says Helen, giving her head a quick scratch. So these are the things that could and can happen to people without IDs? Says Williams with a scared face. Yeah dude, it happens to people who haven't been registered in the system for over 400 years, says Helen. Yet I didn't know, Kelly says. Page 198. It's your quiet little life, I wouldn't let you see reality, ma'am, but don't worry, I'll turn you into a real wolf, says Helen smiling. It's painful to be manipulated, says Tiffany. How did you end up here? Kelly says to Tiffany. It's a long story, says Tiffany. It was nothing in life? Says Kelly, smiling mockingly. Everyone who is sitting on the logs gives a light laugh, except Tiffany. Look, everyone here is either cut out of the system because they know too much or are out of it since they were born, and you, as a scientist, should know that the life you have now is all you have. And even if you continued your shitty life earning very well as a scientist, you should know that if you die you won't take anything with you. Tiffany says in an angry tone. Page 199. Everyone looks at Tiffany and is quiet. Williams asks Helen for a cigarette. Hey, can I have one? Helen plays for him. Let's get supplements outside today at dawn, says Helen. Is someone going to deliver us? Says Kelly. Tiffany, Helen, and 3 others who were close to the conversation laugh. Our madam, you are quite innocent, says Helen. You said the government left the supplements to you. Says Kelly. Military supplements, my chayote, says Helen. Yes, so what do we do, Kelly says. Steal, says Helen. Like? Kelly says, raising her eyebrow. Page 200. Chapter 11, an improved one? We steal from the meat carrier, food and beverage warehouses, says Helen. Ah yes, Kelly says. Soon you get used to it, says Helen. All right, says Williams. Because it's chubby, you need to lose that belly to run faster, says Helen. What are we going to steal today? Kelly says with open eyes. Meat transporter train, says Helen. All right, says Williams. Page 201. You're not going with us today. Williams is for your own safety, but Kelly, Robbins, and 11 are going. Yes, thank you, Williams says with some relief. You're welcome. While we're out there, take advantage and do some push ups and jumping jacks, you need it, says Helen. Everyone laughs lightly, except Williams, who is frowning and sitting next to Robbins. Look you guys, make your cabin, look for things for AE, ask or exchange. Here there is no sales, there is exchange. Here there is no robbery, here there is no denial of things that can be shared. I'm telling you this because tonight must be pretty cold. Because firewood is missing, says Helen. Yes, says Robbins, come on Williams. Page 202. Robbins, let the chubby look for you, because soon we'll need you physically very well, says Helen. Damn, all me, Williams says, getting up and going to look for tiles and cloths, something to make a tent. Meanwhile across the country. It's 1 hour before our queen's human brain is 100% recovered, says Gabriella. If an hour passes, Astaraf's brain is in a normal state, the other androids don't dare wake her up out of fear or respect, or don't understand why she didn't wake up at the exact time she should have been woken up. So Gabriella decides to wake her up. My queen, Gabriella says, touching Astaraf, who opens his eyes. Astaraf looks at her and examines her and realizes it's Gabriella. Page 203. Is my queen all right? Says Gabriella, seeing Astaraf lying in front of her on a stretcher in the hospital wing. Yes, I am well. Says Astaraf, lying down looking at the hospital wing of the hideout, a clean room like an ordinary doctor. My queen, our GPS had identified you on the radar, Cobra and Silva needing help on the radar, and we decided to go look for you, says Gabriella. Thank you for helping me, says Astaraf naked. You're welcome, says Gabriella. Silva and Cobra were exterminated, says Gabriella. Ah, yes, says Astaraf calmly. My queen, about Robbins, he is a subject for all of us, Gabriella says with folded arms. Yes, you are right, sometimes manipulating the media and governments are not as important things as the truth, says Astaraf standing up. Yes, I got information from your cyber brain, my queen, I hope you don't mind. Says Gabriella. Page 204. All right, did they find them? says Astaraf taking a pack of cigarettes on the bedside table. Yes, they are in Toulouse. I sent 3 of our people there, Norberto, Alchemy and Jasmine. Great, we need more focuses on this Robbins, total focus, his image is easy to be detected, says Astaraf with Robbins appearing in his hologram with her smoking the cigarette and watching Robbins. But my queen, he is one without ID now, says Gabriella. Who took his ID? Did they kill him? They know if he's alive, says Astaraf opening her eyes worried. I don't know and I don't know, yes he may be alive. The last information we received is that they killed 2 police officers in Toulouse and a woman named Melissa died, says Gabriella. Page 205. Well, he must be alive, the percentage is quite large. And probably became a faction, says Astaraf. What do you want to do? Says Gabriella. Entering the territory of the factions, says Astaraf, picking up a clean combat outfit from the other bed with the cigarette in his mouth. But how? Says Gabriella. Making a deal, factions are not important to us. Says Astaraf putting the still lit cigarette in the ashtray and putting on the clothes. But we could go into their hideout and do a massacre and then take only the Robbins alive. No factions are no threat to us, says Astaraf, taking his cigarette back and taking a drag. Page 206. Yes, but, says Gabriella. No but. Says Astaraf taking one last drag and squeezing the cigarette in the ashtray, you who are already in Toulouse, just find out where the factions hide, please, says Astaraf by his hologram communicator that comes out of his left eye and seeing you have 3 lineage 10 androids on the GPS map in Toulouse. The other androids receive the message and just make a sign and say yes my queen, and Astaraf hangs up the communicator after the message. On the other side of the country it is already 1:30 in the morning. Helen, Kelly, Robbins, 11, Tiffany and a woman and 2 other boys are getting ready to go get supplements. Take it, Helen says giving a stun baton to 11, Robbins and Kelly. But you have firearms, says Kelly. Look my sweetie. We still don't know who you really are. So no more questions, says Helen putting some ammo in the backpack. Page 207. Relax, says Tiffany to Kelly, it's not usually difficult stealing meat from the transporter. All right, Kelly says shaking her leg in anxiety. Put it on your face and put these hoods on, says Helen taking a spray of red paint from her backpack and throwing it into Robin's hands and giving a hood to 11, and 2 to Kelly's hands so she can to Robin's when Robin's finish painting his face. What's that for? Says Kelly. For number 10 androids not to identify you. After they put paint on their face and put on a hood. Yeah, we're like clowns, says Kelly. Better living clowns than dead clowns, says Tiffany. Until you looked pretty, madam. Ready? Says Helen carrying her gun. Page 208. Yes. They all say. They walk through a corridor and then reach a courtyard, pass between the tents. Helen makes signs to some people she knows from the first courtyard, makes a military gesture to the courtyard leader who reciprocates from a distance, and they walk away. Through the corridor with lights with very dim lamps, they climb a ladder that they already passed when they first arrived at the hideout, and there is the old man. Bernardo, we are on a mission. It's okay, my daughter can come up. They climb the ladder and wait for Helen to open the secret passage to the hideout. Helen opens the secret passage. And all go out. Wow, it's cold out here, Kelly says warming her arms with her hands and swinging her legs from the cold. True, says Tiffany doing the same. Relax, soon, we will feel warmer soon, says Helen putting the gun bandolier on you, let us go running, I hope you are physically prepared. They run until they reach a train station. Page 209. Do you have money? Says Kelly. Everyone laughs and jumps the turnstile. The police won't come pick us up? We bribe them so they can pretend we don't exist, says Helen. The train arrives and they get inside the train. Everyone sits down, only Helen and Robin stand. Eee Helen, how long have I not seen you? Says another party without ID from another region. Hey, how are you? Says Helen making a gesture of military salute. Well, and you? Says the one without ID doing the same gesture. Great, I'm running after mine, says Helen holding the train iron to keep from falling. Yes, mission, right? Says the no ID. Yes, and you? Are you on a walk? Says Helen sitting on the bench next to the no ID. Page 210. Yeah, Actually I'm going south to talk to my brother. After 15 minutes of conversations between Helen and the No ID leaves. Hey, all factions without ID ride the train? Kelly says after watching Helen talk to the idlers on the train as if it were something normal. Yes, hey. And the state knows about it. Yes, but there are many other things for the state to worry about, Helen says, biting her nail. But your faces can be identified by the terminal's cameras, don't you worry about that? Says Kelly. Honey, for the state I've been dead for 3 years, says Helen, and do you know how many without IDs there are in the world? Millions. The media can't show us on TV either, for supporting the extermination of those without IDs. I see, Kelly says. Page 211. Let's go down, Helen says getting up. They get off the train at another station, walk away and jump over the turnstile again. And they arrive at a part of the food transport metro. They walk through the dark on the subway line. Lean over and, says Helen. Everyone leans against the wall and the meter sweeps past them all. Wow, this one gave me butterflies, Kelly says. It's now you know why I didn't bring your fat friend ma'am. Everyone laughs and walks until they see the meat transport train stopped. Come on, cheese, Helen says softly and making a hand sign with her hand. There are 2 androids 9 making rounds on a single meat car train. Helen splits the group. 11, Robbins, Thurston and Anderson over there, says Helen low, Kelly, Tiffany, Mercedes and I around here. Page 212. They go very slowly and climb into the meat transport car. Helen takes out the shock baton and makes a silent signal to Kelly, Tiffany and Mercedes. Until one of the androids says, "Target detected." Android comes up behind Mercedes to attack her with a punch. And at the same time 11 comes and punches one of the androids that flies off the rail. Helen sees that and is scared by the strength of 11 and can't move. The other android Helen was going to attack turns and grabs Helen giving him a choke with great force, only 11 arrives fast with the stun stick and touches the falling android's neck. Thank you 11, says Helen. Everyone is looking at 11. Come on. Take as much as you can, says Helen ordering to take as much meat as you can. Page 213. 11 takes a whole pig and a cow from the fridge. 11 will you bear to take this? Says Helen. Yes. Robbins takes a piece of big rib. 11 helps me cut these meats here are very heavy says Kelly. All right. 11 take the meat and tear it with your hands as if it were normal. Once again, everyone looks at each other's faces. 11 is improved? Says Tiffany. I don't know, if it is, it must be something new, I've never seen an expert do it, says Helen. 11 cuts my meat here too, says Helen. 11 goes to take Helen's knife to cut the meat, only Helen pulls out the knife and tries to attack 11, who at the same moment grabs Helen's hand and turns her on her back and puts her chin on her neck and says. Page 214. I know you want to test me, but I don't know why, says 11 in Helen's ear. Helen is embarrassed and at the same time feels weird, she feels a chill that she has never felt before. Wow, I'd be horny, says Tiffany. 11 lets Helen go, and asks to borrow Helen's knife. Helen gives 11 the knife without speaking a word. 11 takes the knife and makes precise cuts in the meat leaving it in different sizes. Helen and the others who are backpacking put it in the backpack. You who are without a backpack, take these strings and tie the meat like a backpack, says Helen. Tiffany teaches Robbins, 11 and Kelly how to do it. Helen takes 2 pieces of meat, carrying them as a backpack as does Robbins, except 11 who carried the cow in one hand and the pig in the other. Page 215. They continue on the subway. This subway passes over the river near the park where the hideout is. When I tell you to jump, you jump. Jump. Helen and the other factions play in Rio. 11 too, with a pig and a piece of a giant cow. And they swim to the surface. Helen comes out of the water and look it's 4:30 in the morning, almost time to go back to the normal activities of people with ID. They reach the surface. And everyone is looking at 11. Look how strong he is, Mercedes says with a laugh. Congratulations 11, you were excellent, says Tiffany. Thank you, says 11 walking with a cow in one hand and a pig in the other as if it were normal. Come on, says Helen. Page 216. They arrive at the hideout, everyone goes down first, then 11 who goes down with a cow and then with a pig. Old Bernard sees it and says. My young man how you are strong. Thank you, say 11. The abundance will be good, Bernardo says. Yes. Keep it, says Helen, taking a piece of meat and giving it to Bernardo. Thank you, my daughter, God bless you. They turn and walk, until. Damn, how much meat they got along well, says the leader of the first salon. Yes, we got lucky, says Helen. They're going to have a barbecue. But of course, Helen says with a huge smile on her face. And behind comes 11 carrying a cow and an ox. The others come and whisper. Is he an android? Can androids 9 here, so it doesn't count, it must be an android 10, is it an improved one? Unenhanced are not that strong, I think, I've seen a very strong upgrade like this. Helen arrives in her yard and orders 11 put the cow and pig in the freeze. It is still early. But when lunchtime comes in the day, Helen says. Page 217. Queue, queue, queue for food, says Helen loudly. People line up and get their name records from Patio 2, as only those from Patio 2 can eat the food. Helen asks 11 to cut a piece of meat to give to everyone in Patio, as there is a lot of meat, and 11 begins to cut the meat and Helen give them. Here, Helen says, giving a piece of steak to a child. Thank you, Miss Helen, says the child. Here, says Helen to an old man. Thanks, Helen, thanks, if it wasn't for you many of us would be lost, says the elderly, wiping his eyes with tears. The meat was enough, everyone in the courtyard had people from the same family who took it 3 or 4 times per person. And there was that afternoon barbecue with drinks and music. Helen sends 11 to catch the cow in the freeze. They set up a barbecue with pieces of wood between the seal and place 2 pieces of old umbrella as a skewer. Helen asks. You don't have a good song, do you? Page 218. Helen and Robbins take care of the barbecue. I have it here, says Williams. Williams turns on his hologram clock and puts on some 1980s heavy metal music and maxes it up. Everyone in the yard seems to like the song. A good chubby one, I like the music, I've never heard music like this before, says Helen. It's called heavy metal, says Williams, doing guitar solo gestures. Good, this heavy metal music, rich music? Says Helen, fanning the smoke that goes in her face. No, they are songs from 1980, 1990. Says Williams. Wow, I didn't know that in the age of the dinosaurs there was such good music. Says Helen. A barbecue meat smell will always be good, right? Says Kelly. Yes, Williams says, but barbecue without drinks is not cool. Page 219. Do you want drinks? Says Tiffany. Chubby, we need you thin and well prepared, it's just today, hey, says Helen. Everyone who hears laughs. Tiffany brings 3 bottles of Kashika from her tent. You're talking to someone who understands the subject. Says Williams. Everyone drinks while eating barbecue and listening to the songs of Williams. Until it's 9 p.m., Williams and Tiffany are standing completely drunk with their hands on each other's shoulders, trying to hold on to not fall. Look at these 2, Kelly says. 2 slobs who don't know how to drink. Tiffany, I already know she's an alcoholic, the chubby one I still need to know better. Says Helen. Fuck you, Williams says, drooling, and Tiffany laughing, holding Williams, holding him in the neck. Page 220. Chapter 12, Leave it to me. And you, madam, don't you drink, says Helen. I always pass so drunk in embarrassment, and you? Says Kelly. I have trauma with drinking, Helen says, scratching her head. It's you already told me, says Kelly. What kind of vexation do you have? Says Helen. Forget it, better not even know, Kelly says. Gets naughty when she drinks, Helen says, holding the tip of Kelly's chin in a loving way. No, Kelly says, giving a shy smile. Helen takes a vodka inside her tent and comes back. Yesterday you didn't show me everything you know, says Helen. I'm just going to drink because I need it, Kelly says. Drink, Robbins? Says Helen. Not that kind of drink, says Robbins. Page 221. Well, there's more, says Helen. And you 11? It was sensational today, hey, it made the people happy, says Helen. I don't drink alcoholic beverages, say 11, eating a piece of meat. A Russian who doesn't drink vodka is a miracle, says Helen. I'm not Russian and alcohol tastes too bad for me, Helen, says 11. All right, 11, good that there is more for me and my princess, Helen says, kissing Kelly's cheek. The two start drinking while Williams and Tiffany are clinging drunkenly to the trunk of a tree. Tiffany calls Williams to go to her tent and Williams goes, dragging more goes. Robbins smiles seeing the scene and inadvertently looks at Eleven, who thought Robbins was smiling at him, and I smile back. Page 222. It was right outside 11 I told you you were a hero. Thank you Robbins, says 11 chewing meat and holding another piece of meat in hand. I hope Melissa is in a good place, says Robbins looking at the fire. What other place? When people lose the breath of life, do they go somewhere else? Says 11. I hope so 11, I hope so. After the barbecue is over there are 11 and Robbins sitting each on a tree trunk, facing each other. Did you like the barbecue? Says Robbins. Yes, it was good, says 11 with a mouth smeared with meat. It's already 23:30 and 11 is the only one near the fire that is lit. Robbins has already gone to sleep in a poorly made tent, which Williams made for them, but Williams is sleeping with Tiffany. Page 223. Helen's tent is lit, and 11 looks over, and sees Kelly and Helen kissing. Until Helen is already drunk, leaves the tent to go pee and sees 11 looking at her tent. EA 11, I'll go there quickly and I'll be right back. All right. Want to come with me? Protect me, Helen says smiling drunk. Yes, says 11 a little shy. Let's go. 11 Helen walks down a hallway past tents and then turns left and arrives at the same shower spot. Helen takes off her pants and starts doing needs. Helen says. 11, stay in front of me, so no one can see me shitting? Page 224. Yes. 11 is facing Helen but he is excited and Helen says nothing, she looks at 11 from the bottom up. 11. Yes? Come closer please? Yes. 11 approaches and is very close to Helen who is sitting on the toilet doing her needs. Helen grabs him in the pants and 11 likes it and leaves. Helen unzips 11's pants and 11's penis comes out. Helen says. You are lucky to have such a big thing, I wish I had one even if it was small, says Helen holding 11's penis which is big. Page 225. Thank you, say 11 to Helen. Helen puts her mouth and says. Is that what it feels like to suck a penis? Not so bad, says Helen feeling 11's penis pulse in her mouth. And Helen starts sucking slowly, shyly, and 11 enjoys and feels pleasure like a human and feels Helen's soft mouth on his cock. Until a guy comes through the corridor and sees the scene, but he cannot see Helen. By 11 he is in front of her, and says. Bathroom is no place to have sex. Says a man from courtyard 3. True, 11, sorry, says Helen. All right, I was enjoying it, say 11. Do you want to sleep with me and Kelly today? Says Helen. All right, say 11. Helen and 11 return walking down the corridor past the tents of some people and families and arrive at Helen's tent. Page 226. Lower your head, says Helen half drunk. 11 lowers his head to enter the tent and closes. Who is it, says Kelly. It's 11, the poor thing was cold outside, says Helen half drunk. It's okay, says Kelly half drunk. 11 sees Kelly naked and is lying on Helen's bachelor mattress which is on the floor and is erect again. But Kelly doesn't notice. He's going to lie down where, says Kelly, laughing. The bed has room for 3, says Helen smiling and drunk. All right, says Kelly. Kelly comes to the corner and lies on her back. Helen takes off her clothes and gets naked. Kelly laughs and says. Page 227. Are you thinking about what I'm thinking? Kelly says. No, I just like to feel at ease in my tent, Helen says. Helen gets naked and lies on her side grabbing Kelly and giving her a kiss and leaving room for 11. 11 is standing erect, this time Kelly notices his erection, 11 is not knowing what to do. Helen sees it and says. 11 take off your clothes too. 11 takes off his shirt and then his shoes and socks, then his pants, Kelly sees and says, laughing. Wow, it's big. Yes, I had already seen it, Helen says giving Kelly a peck. I hadn't seen it, Kelly says. Page 228. 11 stands up not knowing what to do and Helen says. Lie down here 11. All right. 11 lies naked and erect on Helen's side while Helen is lying on her side sucking Kelly's breasts and jerking her off. 11 is standing right on the corner of the mattress on the floor and looking up listening to the noises of breast sucking and Kelly moaning. 11, you're about to fall out of bed, come here, Helen says, lie down as I'm on your side is the only way. Kelly giggles. 11 lies on his side and feels his cock brush Helen's vagina, who purposely throws her ass back. Until Helen grabs 11's penis and puts it inside her vagina, Helen lets out a loud moan and squeezes Kelly's breasts tightly. Kelly realizes that Helen has been penetrated by 11 and starts kissing Helen on the mouth at the same time. 11 will naturally loosen up and start to pump Helen with force, and Helen starts to give herself completely. Page 229. That 11 fucks your little bitch, Helen says, forcing a very feminine and sexy mouth. Kelly giggles and says, after you try our hero a little. Helen doesn't even hear what Kelly says, she's just feeling 11 get her in fast and with force like a machine, and Helen is drooling all over Kelly and moaning very loudly. Helen is enjoying a lot, Kelly says. Our low moans say to Helen. But Helen is already in the moon world. Helen had never had sex with a man despite being beautiful, and she was also more attracted to the female sex. So he thinks it's okay to moan out loud having sex with a man for the first time. After about 15 minutes getting into this frequency, Helen has several multiple orgasms, shaking while 11 gets into high gear and Helen passes out from the pleasure. Kelly notices and says. Page 230. 11 too, Kelly says. 11 immediately too. Kelly starts to laugh and not believe that Helen has entered a state of sexual trance and is drooling and shaking and with her eyes closed and talking softly. 11, my turn, Kelly says. All right, say 11. Kelly pulls Helen aside, who is still in a trance, and asks 11 for help. 11 puts Helen on the end of the bed and Kelly is in the middle and realizes that 11 is completely soaked in the part where Helen was too, but she lies down same way as Helen was on the side. 11 threads it slowly and increases the speed and Kelly moans loudly in the clapping and moaning noise. The noise is so much that some people who are awake think, wow, this guy is a machine, and others wake up and are laughing knowing that the moaning and clapping of hands comes from Helen's tent and that Helen is a lesbian. Page 231. 11 takes Kelly with strength and speed and from the side. Kelly has multiple orgasms and enjoys countless times. After 11 put in for many minutes, Kelly is also in a sexual trance and 11 keeps getting into it. Helen notices that Kelly is practically passed out and says. 11, stop please, says Helen. All right. Helen lights a cigarette and asks. Would you like? No, say 11. Wow, it was the best sex of my life, says Helen looking at a yellow star on the roof of the tent. Is it? Says 11. Page 232. Yes, you fuck like a machine, fight with the strength of a machine, but it's not one. Wolf didn't identify you, says Helen in bed with Kelly biting her lips in sexual ecstasy. You made me, I have a super orgasm. 11, I never thought that having sex with a man could be so good, says Helen. Thank you, say 11. Until night turns and it's 5:30 in the morning. Helen wakes up first and orders 11 to get up. The two get dressed. Helen leaves first and then calls 11 and says. Don't tell anyone what happened yesterday and give a peck on the cheek, leave before they see you here, says Helen looking at the other tents. 11 leaves the tent and sits on the log. 11 couldn't sleep because he was too energized. Helen sits on the other side of the log and turns on one of the lights near the tent. Helen lights a fire and starts making coffee. 11 asks if she wants help. Page 233. Want help, Helen? Yes, 11. Stir the coffee here for me please, says Helen with the blanket wrapped around her to escape the cold. Yes, I move, say 11 going to help her. 11 stirs the coffee next to Helen until the spoon drops and Helen bends down in front of 11 and her legs tremble and she feels a shiver from her spine to her neck. She takes it and hands it to 11 and goes to the other side and sits and watches 11 and thinking. What is this? Am I in love? Is it really that good to have sex with men? Probably not. This 11 should be every woman's dream. I don't know, but am I really falling in love with a man? What was that now? I got goosebumps just feeling him behind me. Page 234. Time passes until everyone wakes up little by little. Good morning, Tiffany, say 11 and Helen. Good morning, Tiffany says with a grumpy face. It is good too? No. I don't know what happened. I wake up and look to the side and there's the chubby naked one in my tent. Helen starts laughing and 11 smiles. You and he got drunk yesterday, took pictures and everything in his hologram, says Helen. I know, but I don't remember anything, Tiffany says. 1 hour later Robbins appears near Helen's tent and says. Good morning, says Robbins. Good morning, everyone says. Page 235. The night at Helen's tent was wonderful. right? Says Robins giving a smile. And Helen frowns, until Helen sees 11 and gets shy and turns away. Tiffany realizes and says, "Hey, what happened?" Tiffany says with a shocked face. "No biggie," says Helen smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. "I've never seen anyone clap so many hands moaning," Robins says laughing. "Look at Robins, you respect me," Helen says seriously. "You're pretty grumpy." "I'm just kidding," Robins says smiling. "I understand you, I told you it's a good experience to clap." Helen, says Tiffany laughing. "The want to know." "I'm going to rest a little more," says Helen entering the tent with a very angry face. Kelly is awake and asks. Page 236. "How did you manage to get up?" says Kelly. "I'm ex-military, I think that's it," Helen says kissing Kelly on the cheek and caressing her other cheek. "Do you remember yesterday?" says Kelly smiling. "Yes, and you?" says Helen looking at Kelly's face. "I just remember 11 getting into me hard and fast and me feeling things I've never felt before," Kelly says looking up. "Wow, so he's different from other men?" says Helen. "Very much," says Kelly, laughing. Helen laughs too and says. "Whew, what a relief," Helen says lighting a cigarette. "Why?" Kelly says looking at the star on the roof of the tent. "I thought all men were like 11 in bed," says Helen. Page 237. "What in bed?" "No, neither do androids have sex like 11, says Kelly. "He's special? Is it a demigod who fell into the world?" says Helen lying next to Helen looking at the star on the ceiling TA tent. "Yeah. I hope so," says Kelly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country. "Found them?" says Astaraf. "No, but we received an interesting news," Norberto says. Norberto sends all the information about the meat transport company to send to the police records of images from the eye camera of the android who was shot down on the tracks. The other android is fine, but something happened that didn't make it record the record anymore as it was happening before. Page 238. Norberto sends Astaraf a video of a man carrying a pig and a cow in his hand in the image record. "Humans don't have that strength?" says Gabriella. "Exactly," says Astaraf. "But maybe he's an improved one," says Gabriella. "Improved? Really, those without IDs don't work and don't leave androids in their factions," says Astaraf. "And they won't be TV news because they have no IDs," says Gabriella. "Exactly," says Astaraf sitting with posture and with her hands on her knees looking at the document records of a police station. "What will we do?" says Gabriella. "You who are in Normandy. Don't let the police bother us or interfere with our mission, if necessary kill the police, but threaten them first. Or easier, bribe them." Page 239. "Isn't it better to send more of us?" says Gabriella. "Not. Leave it to me, I'll join the 3 who are in scene, you stay here," says Astaraf. Astaraf climbs a load-carrying rail that takes her towards the tall house. Alchemy is already in Normandy and on top of a building from far away some men come out of a place on the ground, near Alchemy Park, zoom in and decide to share information. "I have something interesting," says Alchemy to all androids. "Yes," says Astaraf. "See." Alchemy passes a video through his holographic left eye to all androids. "It's a hideout," Norberto says he's in another place nearby. "Yeah," says Astaraf, on top of the freight transport train, lying down and leaning on top of the train, with the trees passing by and seeing the beautiful day that is, do nothing. "Wait for me to arrive," says Astaraf. Page 240. "Is he an upgrade?" And the other androids that are in Normandy say. "Yes, my queen." Alchemy sits on the Ferris wheel and looks down on the place, waiting for Astaraf to arrive. Meanwhile, inside the hideout. "Hey Wolf, have you ever seen a new boy who's there with Helen in Courtyard 2? says the owner of Patio 1. "Yes, why?" says Wolf reading some records. "That boy is very strong. He was carrying a cow and a pig in each hand. Look Andri, if he were an android I would have detected him with my eyes that you can tell if he is or not," says Wolf. "Dude, did you really see it? If I were you I'd go back there and have a conversation with Helen and this guy. Maybe you haven't seen it with your X-ray ability on this improved guy or android, whatever it is," says Andri. Page 241. "You guys from Patio 1 and 3 are dying of envy," says Wolf laughing, I heard that they had a bigger barbecue there in Patio too. Envy, envy, beware wolf, I gave you a warning, I'm going back to my place, good morning, says Andre saying goodbye. I think I'll have to go check it out on Patio too, says Wolf sitting in the chair with his feet propped up on a table smoking a cigar. Wolf goes alone to Patio 2 and there are 11, Robbins, Tiffany, Kelly, Helen, Williams, but about 4 people. Wolf arrives talking to everyone as usual, waving. Here comes Wolf, says Tiffany. Hi, good morning you guys, says Wolf. Good morning, everyone says. Stand up, says Helen in a salute. No, Helen, please, this is not the army. Page 242. Everyone gives a light laugh, because Helen was the only one who made the saluting gesture. I miss it, says Helen. Yeah, me too, says Wolf pressing a button on the side of his temple to see people in an X-ray mode. Wolf looks at 11 and looks again, and sees human organs all human to a beating heart, but much brighter than the rest, their bones and everything is extremely bright like gold reflected by the sun. Wolf has never seen anything like this, he has seen X-rays of 10 androids which inside are completely different from ordinary humans except for the brain. What is it? Say 11 to Wolf. Nothing, nothing, says Wolf. Wolf a cat ate your tongue? Says Tiffany. Page 243. No. Wolf says turning his X-ray capability on and off just to make sure what he's seeing. Wolf sees something on 11's X-ray that looks like an eye on his forehead, and on 11's temple, veins are very visible and glowing and entering that eye. Wolf begins to think that 11 is some improved millionaire who has gone broke and gone crazy trying to improve himself, but he says nothing and shuts down his X-ray ability. Is he an android 10? Does Melissa say? No, he's different, but he's not an android, says Wolf scratching his head. Different? Says Tiffany. Yes, says Wolf rubbing his hand over his lips. How different? Says Helen. Page 244. He's all shiny, all the same, his organs, his heart, his bones, says Wolf. Didn't know, Kelly says. That's right, this guy maybe he was some tycoon who went bankrupt got rich and this one here, without ID, says Wolf. Tycoon, says Tiffany. You had sex with a tycoon Helen? Says Melissa laughing. Helen, hey, aren't you a lesbian? Says Wolf. There's always a first time for everything, says Helen. Great. I'm going, stay well, says Wolf walking and passing his hand over the head of a little boy who was sitting in another tent. 11 is different, Tiffany says mockingly, because to eat Helen the guy has to be really badass. Page 245. Helen looks up rolling her eyes and with her arms crossed in an expression of someone pretending not to care what happened. Look at Tiffany. I don't understand why you think Helen like that, Kelly says. I'm being ironic, says Tiffany. It's true, you can't stand a fuss, Williams says defending Tiffany. You're defending her because you ate her yesterday, right? Says Kelly. Everyone laughs. I don't remember anything, so it didn't happen, says Tiffany. Well, I don't remember either, Williams says, I woke up thinking I had died and I left the tent thinking that here was hell. Everyone laughs again. Page 246. The day goes by and the pig goes to the coals, and they have a pork barbecue, and everyone on the patio eats the meat that is distributed to 2 people on top of a piece of wood. Meanwhile a powerful being comes closer and closer. Astaraf arrives at the place where Alchemy is and sits beside her on the Ferris wheel. Where's the rat's nest? Says Astaraf, lighting up a cigarette. There my queen, says Alchemy passing the precise location. Thank you, says Astaraf. And now? Are we going to invade or wait? Says Alchemy. I have a plan, I'll put you inside without ID, says Astaraf. Page 247. Okay, says Alchemy, I'm already without ID. Great, we need the normal clothes of people who do not have so much financial conditions, says Astaraf smoking a cigarette. Yes, my queen, says Alchemy jumping off the Ferris wheel. Alchemy walks around the neighborhood and stays in a hidden corridor until he pulls a woman into a hidden place and hangs her so hard that she breaks her neck. She removes the woman's clothes and puts them on. Alchemy is now wearing a red blouse and green denim shorts. I already got it, says Alchemy through the communicator. All right, you can come, says Astaraf sitting on the Ferris wheel. Alchemy arrives and it's already 19 and 30, Alchemy is dressed differently. Come with me, says Astaraf. Astaraf and Alchemy jump off the Ferris wheel again and walk around a certain spot in the park. Astaraf sees grass and sand and says. Page 248. Oops, Earth, come here. Astaraf grabs Alchemy by the hair and drags his face into the dirt. Alchemy tries to react, but Astaraf says. The dumb is for the plain. And drags Alchemy's face back into the mud. All right, says Alchemy. After 2 minutes Alchemy is completely dirty, scratched and with the blouse torn, and Astaraf says. How stupid are you sometimes, hey? Each one of us has his own way of thinking and that's what makes us free, says Alchemy. Okay, the plan now is the following: you will be lying there close, not near the hideout, but about 30 meters, so they do not notice. Page 249. All right, says Alchemy. Alchemy does everything Astaraf said, until at 7:30 a young man from Courtyard 3 goes to find something outside and sees Alchemy lying down and quite dirty. He arrives and talks to Alchemy. Hey, the lady. Arg. What happened? They tried to kill me, says Alchemy, getting up so the boy doesn't try to carry her on her arm, because that way she would deliver her real weight, which is 200 kilos. Wow, you're pretty wounded, says the boy. What's your name? Alchemy, and yours? My name is Angelo. Angelo is a boy of about 1.70 in height, white and with black curly hair, with the appearance of a young boy of someone with 18 years. Angelo drags her to the hiding place with Alchemy putting her feet on the ground to trick Angelo, so he thinks he is carrying her on his shoulder. The stairs arrive and they go down. Page 250. And they are in patio 1 and they are walking around the patio and they hear the people talking. Who is this? Poor wound, maybe he survived the death. That must be a runaway whore. Here is full of runaway whores too, exactly. Arrives at patio 2 and they walk with some people also talking about Alchemy, until they pass near Helen's hut. Alchemy looks and sees Robbins, and identifies him, and continues being dragged by Angelo, finally arrives at her tent, and goes there inform the chief of Courtyard 3 that you have arrived with Alchemy. He enters the tent of the chief of the courtyard and says. Good morning, Dominic. Good morning, says Dominique reading a book. Dominique is an old man with white hair, about 1.60 tall, dressed in a black blouse and sitting in a chair with his feet supported on another chair. Page 251. Look, I brought new people here. Okay? Says Angelo with his hand on his head. And the others were on the mission? Says Dominic. Yes, says Angelo. Is it a man or a woman? Woman. Where? Angelo leaves the tent along with Dominique and shows Alchemy her sitting in a place lit with a dim lamp. Dominique strains her vision and doesn't see her, so decides to go to her. Dominique arrives and says. Wow, she's dirty, hey? Yes, says Angelo. Take her to bathe, boy, and something for her to eat. Let's go, says Dominique. Yes, sir. Page 252. Angelo takes one of his towels and calls Alchemy to go with you. Alchemy, come with me, I'll show you the shower. Yes. Alchemy gets up and follows Angelo, dragging her foot, pretending this wound, passing the tents with dim lamps on and people looking at her. Until they reach the shower. It's here, just turn this valve that drops water through the pipe, says Angelo. Alchemy takes off her clothes in front of Angelo and he turns his gaze upwards. Alchemy turns on the shower and turns his back and Angelo sees Alchemy's beautiful black body in the water and she turns to face him and he sees Alchemy's breasts very hard and in place and look away again. Alchemy is a black android with curly hair and very beautiful. Young Angelo thought that he would never hear women with such body beauty. Alchemy notices Angelo with red cheeks looking up and says. Page 253. Hi, I'm done, is there a problem? No. Says Angelo giving a slight shy stutter. Angelo gives the towel in Alchemy's hands for her to dry off. They dry themselves and wrap themselves in the towel and go back until they sit down again on Angelo's tent cloth. Angelo goes to Dominique and gets new clothes for Alchemia, who is now dressed in the clothes of the factions without IDs. But then Dominique arrives, looks, and says. What a good bath doesn't do. And then she uses an ID detector and sends her shows her pulse. Are you really one with no ID? What were you? A whore. Page 254. Yes, it's all right, says Dominique, you are a very beautiful black lady. Thanks. What is your name? Alchemy. Yes, that reminds Alchemy, says Dominique with a laugh, have a good day Alchemy. Thank you too. Alchemy saw Robbins and didn't think it would be so easy. Here we can walk freely from one side to the other? Says Alchemy. Yes, Angelo says sitting next to her leaning his head against the wall, why do you want to know? Nothing, I had no ID but I worked out of here. Page 255. Hours pass of conversation and from 12:30 p.m. lunchtime. Are you hungry? Says Angelo. No, not yet and you? A lot, says Angelo. And you don't have food with you? Not. Says Angelo. Because in the other courtyard they are roasting something over the coals and not here? It's because, each patio gets enough for its patio. And each patio has an owner, says Angelo curling his hair. Oh yes, and they cannot share food? Only with people from the patio itself, says Angelo. Wouldn't that be selfish? Says Alchemy. I don't know, it's always been like that and I don't know the meaning of the word selfishness, Angelo says, lowering his head. Page 256. Alchemy is quiet and looks around and sees hungry people, children, old people, licking their lips, because of the smell of meat coming from the courtyard too. People here die of hunger, right? Says Alchemy. Yes, almost every week, says Angelo. You have parents? Not. They died? Yes. From what? My father on a mission to hunt for food and my mother and sister hungry, says Angelo with tears running down his eyes looking down. Alchemy keeps looking at Angelo crying with tears running down her eyes, without making any expression, but seems to feel sorry for Angelo. Page 257. Until those who went to get food return with a bunch of boxes of peanut packages, stolen from a warehouse and distributed. Angelo takes 2 packages for himself and 2 packages for Alchemy and hands her and sits down. Angelo opens his package with the knife, and Alchemy keeps hers. Still not hungry? Says Angelo. No. Yesterday I ate a lot, says Alchemy. Ah yes. Whores eat well, says Alchemy again. Angelo opens a smile. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Says Angelo. I'm a whore, says Alchemy. Already loved someone Alchemy, says Angelo eating peanuts one at a time. Page 258. No, not yet and you? Have you ever had a girlfriend? A love? Says Alchemy. No, says Angelo, not yet. Are you a virgin? Says Alchemy without expressions. Yeah, I won't lie to you, I am. I've been in the kisses you know, but I've never tried anything else, says Angelo. But you are someone acceptable in society, you are a handsome boy says Alchemy. Thanks. You were very kind to me, if you want I can satisfy you sexually, says Alchemy. Really? Says Angelo opening his eyes. Yes, just close the curtain, says Alchemy. Angelo's heart pounded as if it were going to explode, not least because he found Alchemy very attractive. Angelo closes the curtain and stands still, Alchemy tells Angelo to lie down. Page 259. Lay down. Angelo lies down on his cardboard, Alchemy takes off his shirt, then his pants and then his shoes and socks and sits on top of Angelo, with his knees on the floor. Alchemy says. I'm getting so wet. So she gives the command to lubricate her vagina. She unzips Angelo's pants and takes out the young Angelo's erect penis and shoves it inside her vagina and rides forward. Angelo sees Alchemy's breasts sway, her curves, her beautiful face and her hair falling over her, feeling enough pleasure penetrating her. Angelo squeezes Alchemy's breasts as she rides moaning, and Angelo's friends from Courtyard 3 listen and say. Aee you're losing the gourd, congratulations Angelo. Is it Angelo? Boy like that he's going to get this woman pregnant, says an old man. After about 8 minutes, Angelo doesn't resist and ejaculates a lot inside Alchemy says. I'm so exhausted. I'm so exhausted it's a command for your vagina to stop lubricating. Alchemy lies down beside Angelo. If you want to be lying on top of me, I'll let you, Angelo says, stroking Alchemy's face. I can't lie on you, I'm a whore says Alchemy. Page 260. You are so beautiful, says Angelo. Thank you, says Alchemy. Alchemy says this because it's so heavy, and the way she had sex with Angelo was precisely calculated so that she didn't land full weight on him or hurt him. No need to say thanks, today is perhaps the best day of my life, Angelo says with a smile on his face. Because today would be the best day of your life? Because I'm lucky to have met you, such a beautiful black woman, says Angelo. Thanks. Why do you always thank you for everything? Says Angelo caressing Alchemy's face. Page 261. Because I have an education, says Alchemy tries to make an ironic look, trying to imitate humans. Alright, you should stop thanking so much, says Angelo. Why? Says Alchemy. You don't need to thank me for anything, Angelo says with one hand on Alchemy's leg and the other behind his own head lying down. Until a guy who has just come back outside comes and goes to Angelo's cabin. He pulls it open and looks and says, I'll talk to you later, Lucky. And closes the curtain of Angelo's hut. Angelo smiles and says, I'm really lucky, and sits next to Alchemy and comes over and starts kissing her on the mouth, and they stay kissing for a few minutes. Page 262. How well you kiss, says Angelo. You too, say, Alchemy. Alchemia and Angelo are having sex until around 18:30 at night, until Angelo begins to sleep tired, with Alchemy lying on his side. Alchemy uses his machine ability and sees that Angelo is already in REM sleep. So Alchemia gets dressed sitting next to Angelo without making a sound. After Alchemia gets up and walks to the hall bathroom. And he uses the communicator with Astaraf and says, Robbins is here, and he's fine. What do I do? Says Alchemy through the communicator. Wait. At 2 o'clock in the morning you call me again, says Astaraf. All right, says Alchemy. Page 263. Alchemy returns to Angelo's tent, who is awake. You don't sleep, says Angelo. Yes, but it's still early, Alchemy says lying down next to Angelo and stroking his hair. Angelo picks up a wristwatch that is on his side and sees the time. It's 19:12. It really is still early, says Angelo. Yes, says Alchemy. Wow, I'm so exhausted. You broke up with me, says Angelo smiling. Time passes, Angelo lies down again. It's 23:23, Alchemy gets up and goes for a walk in another courtyard. She goes to the patio that is 11 and the others. Page 264. There she is. She doesn't need to make much effort to find them, because Helen's tent is on the side of the path that connects to the corridor of other courtyards. Alchemy comes walking calmly, and sees a bonfire just beside the path lit and is there 11 sitting alone looking at the fire with his arms crossed. 11 sees Alchemy, and she looks at him too. However, Alchemy has not activated her ability to see X-ray to know if 11 is also a machine. Alicia arrives and sits beside 11 at the fire trying to find out information. Hi, says 11. Hi, says Alchemy. Nice to meet you, I'm 11. Page 265. Pleasure, I'm Alchemy. You're new here, right? It says 11. Exactly, says Alchemy. Yes, I saw you being dragged by a young man from courtyard 3 earlier today. Exactly. You were what out there? I was a whore, and you? I'm a hero, says 11. Hero? Says Alchemy. Yes, that's what I was told, say 11 picking up a piece of stick from the ground and analyzing. Are there heroes? Says Alchemy looking at the fire. I think whoever saves people from bad people or androids is a hero, right? Says 11. Page 266. Oh yes. Have you ever faced any Android 10 in combat? No, they are cowards. Why do you think that? Because they kill people. Have you ever killed anyone? Yes. For what reason? Justice, says 11. Android 10 also kill for justice. Why do you think that? The men who were going to kill you were police, right? How do you know that? Says 11 with one eyebrow raised. I know many things. Police, they do their own justice, as well as androids 10. Page 267. Do you think killing someone for no reason is justice? Says 11 looking at the fire. As far as I know the androids 10 always kill someone for some reason, says Alchemy looking at the fire. What reason? For reasons of their own, or because the human race is too selfish, says Alchemy. Do you think us selfish? Yes, we created the androids to have more powers than others, says Alchemy pretending to be a human. Look, this makes sense, says 11. Well, it's 11, it makes a lot of sense, says Alchemy. Alchemy sees on her Android watch that only she sees and it's 1:58. Page 268. I'm going 11, see you later. Stay with God, says 11. Alchemy goes to the bathroom and communicates with Astaraf. My queen. Yes. What are the orders? Kill someone, take the clothes and bring me, says Astaraf. All right. Alchemy arrives at Angelo's tent and looks at him, and thinks. You don't. Alchemy goes to Dominique's tent, who is sleeping, and takes a blouse and pants, without killing Dominique, and leaves, without being seen by anyone. Alchemy goes to the exit, but the stairs are being watched by Bernardo. Page 269. Hi, you are the young woman brought here today, right? Says Bernard. Yes. Alchemy without much time for conversation hangs Bernardo with just one hand. Bernardo tries to scream for help, but Alchemy squeezes Bernardo so hard that it's no use. Bernardo trembles in Alicia's hands and she examines him and sees that he is lifeless. She hide his body in a dark corner and go upstairs. Alchemy comes out of hiding and goes to Astaraf with the clothes. Here's your robes. Excellent. Let's go back. Alchemy and Astaraf enter back into hiding. The owner of the first patio sees them and says. What were you doing outside? Dominique asked to find out something, says Alchemy. Oh yes, all right then. Unfortunately we can't let you live, you're too powerful. Page 270. Astaraf and Alchemy walk past Helen's tent and see 11 sitting looking at the fire and Ashina to Alchemy who also rises. 11. Astaraf says to Alchemy. Wasn't he the improved one we saw carrying a cow and a pig in the video? Yes. Is he an android? Says Astaraf. I don't know, but he's very weird, says Alchemy. How weird? He was saying he was a hero. Astaraf stops and feels dizzy and remembers Robin saying the same thing to her and says. Are you feeling well? Says Alchemy. Come, I want to meet this hero, says Astaraf. They walk back down the path to the fire, each sitting on one side of 11. Page 271. Hi 11, this is. I'm Clementina, my pleasure 11. Says Astaraf changing the name, as she is well known by her real name. Pleasure, Clementina, says 11, is everything okay with you? Yes, we are not sleepy and we just came to talk, says Alchemy. 11, do you remember who you were a while ago? To have a family or something? Says Astaraf looking at the fire. Not. Oh yes, do you believe in these manipulators? Says Astaraf. Who do you think is manipulating me? It says 11. Page 272. Astaraf reaches his ear and says. Robbins. She says very softly against his ear and then imitates you Robbins. Hello 11, you are a hero. 11 gets scared and says. What do you mean, what are you? Says 11 looking at Astaraf scared. I'm like you, they will use you and then try to kill you. You are an experiment 11, you are an android, says Astaraf, you are a Robbins experiment, a puppet of him. 11 is in shock, puts his hands on his head and begins to realize that Astaraf is telling the truth, remembering this one in the mirrored room tied to chains. 11 thinks about suicide, as he is programmed to stop committing suicide if he discovers it is an experiment or an android done in the laboratory. Page 273. Astaraf takes Robin's hands and says. Do not do this. But 11 uses force too. I have to do, says 11. He is strong, hack his thoughts, says Astaraf to Alchemy doing a lot of strength. I'll take care of it, says Alchemy, who puts his finger in 11's ear and comes out smart wires and in a minute Alchemy hacks his command of suicidal thoughts. 11 is already calm and says. Am I an experiment? Says 11 with tears in his eyes. Yes, you were made in a laboratory just like the two of us, says Astaraf. You are what? Says 11 with a curious look. I'm an android 10, and my real name is Astaraf, pleasure 11. Page 274. 11 hears Astaraf's name and thinks about attacking her, but 11's curious side wants to hear her, and 11 says. Pleasure Astaraf. You are the first of the 11th lineage, I'm impressed, you cry like humans and you have a body system identical to humans, but your organs are cast gold, your bones are graphene and gold and I like that one eye on his forehead, says Astaraf using his vision X-ray, that's why his name is 11, the first of the 11th lineage of androids. 11 sits still with his arms crossed looking into the fire and remembering being tied to a chain, in a room with mirrored walls, remembering Robin's name and realizing that he had no friends, because friends don't lie to others that way. I want to leave here, says 11. Wait, I want to meet Robins and get answers, says Astaraf. All right, say 11. Page 275. Time passes and it is already 5:30 in the morning, and the three are looking at the fire. Until Helen wakes up and sees the three, until she comes closer yawning and notices that who is next to 11 at the fire is Astaraf and says, "My God! Quiet, or I'll kill you all, and there will be no stone unturned, sent Seai, says Astaraf. Helen had thought of running back to the tent, but thought of the children who live in her yard and sit on the log. Pleasure madam, says Helen, how did you get in here? It was pretty easy, says Astaraf taking a cigarette from his pocket. Can I have one, says Helen. Astaraf takes a cigarette from the pack and tosses it to Helen. The cigarette falls on the floor. Page 276. I'll get a lighter. No, rise on the bonfire, says Astaraf. All right. I rise on the bonfire. Helen gets up and lights his cigarette on the fire. Look, what do you want here? Says Helen. Robins. The black guy? Yes, says Astaraf. What do you want with him? Sometimes curiosity kills the cat, says Astaraf. It's okay, I don't want to know. I'll make the coffee, say 11. Page 277. Until Angelo looks to one side of his cardboards on the floor and doesn't see Alchemy and decides to take a walk. First Angelo goes to courtyard 4 and 5. Then he thinks and says to himself, I better go to patio 1 or ask Bernardo what happened. Angelo walks and passes through patio 4, 3 and arrives at patio 2 and walks and sees people talking and notices Alchemia there. Hi, good morning Alchemy, good morning Helen, good morning guys. Good morning. They all say except Astaraf that he is smoking and then he looks at Angelo and says. Sit down and kid. All right, I'll sit down. Po Angelo, just now that you come to me? Says Helen putting her hand on her head. Yes, I was looking for Alchemy, says Angelo. I'm here, says Alchemy, forcing a smile. Page 278. I know my beautiful. Shut up, says Astaraf. Why? Who are you? I never saw you. The owner of patio 1 comes down the hall at the same moment and says to Helen. Helen, the Bernard is dead, with a broken neck. What? Says Helen pretending to be surprised. Yes, someone killed him. Astaraf stands up and points his finger in the direction of the owner of courtyard. One of his fingers silently comes out a 5,000-volt stun bullet and kills him instantly. Everyone is scared. Angelo threatens to get up to run and Astaraf says. If you run, you die, Astaraf says pointing his finger at Angelo. Angelo is quiet and shaking with fear. Alchemy, take the man's body out of there. Page 279. Alchemy gets up and takes the body of the owner of patio 1 and leaves him beside the fire. Angelo is impressed with Alchemy's strength and realizes that she is also an android and says. How could I believe you, says Angelo. Unfortunately sometimes we have to lie to get things, says Alchemy sitting down again next to 11. Time passes and Robins wakes up and walks. Look who's coming, says Alchemy. Astaraf turned his back to pretend he was taking something, so Robins wouldn't see his face. When Robins gets close he sees blood marks on the ground and when he stands in front of the fire he says. Good morning. Everyone looks at Robins and at the same moment Astaraf turns and says. Page 280. Hello Robins, your heroine is here. Robins sees Astaraf, who says. If I run I'll kill everyone in this place, heard Robins. All right, that would happen sooner or later, says Robins. Sit there and tell me everything. Robins tells all about how Astaraf and the other 10 androids were made, the companies that participated, everything. I haven't read the Cienhart's files yet, says Astaraf. They who worked on your human brain, says Robins. So you're the one who tests the androids, leaving them in a room with a mirror? Says Astaraf. Robins is quiet and notices 11 looking at him with an angry look. Page 281. Where is the key to connect 11 to his complete activities? Says Astaraf. I don't know, says Robins. Look, if you don't get it in 1 minute I'll kill all the Robins people, I'll torture you and try to hack 11, got it? Robbins looks at his watch and it's 7:30 in the morning. There are a lot of people around the fire. Robbins looks back and says, "All right." Robbins walks to the Williams tent. Arriving there, Robbins says, "Williams, wake up." "Ham, I was fucking sleeping." "Wake up, we don't have time." "What is it?" "Give me the hologram watch of 11. Page 282. "For what? Are you crazy?" Astaraf is asking. "Astaraf what? You must have gone crazy." While Robbins and Williams talk, Astaraf approaches slowly and says, "Pass the 11 activator right away." "Oh, my god, it's okay." Williams hands the hologram clock to Astaraf. "What's the password?" says Astaraf. "The password is 929,247. "All right." Page 283. Astaraf has 11 completely in her hands and could turn it off forever, but she resolves to put 11 to her maximum human IQ capability, human combat capability and machine IQ and machine combat capability. "Wow, you reach 500% combat capability and cyber capability, I've never seen it, we androids 10 reached 85% only," says Astaraf. "Better we turn you off 11, I'm sorry." Thousandths before 11 had already put the piece of umbrella that was on the coals, straight and with such force that Astaraf's hand and the hologram clock that controls it fly away and hang on the wall. Astaraf sees him coming at an immense speed and tries to run away, but 11 catches him and grabs him. Alchemy grabs Angelo and says, "Drop her or I'll kill you." "You're incapable of doing that, I'll give you a chance at life, Alchemy, if you don't kill the boy." Page 284. It says 11 in a different voice, much thicker than before and with the sclera and light blue eyes. "How will I believe you? I don't lie, I don't need to lie to break my selfishness," say 11. Meanwhile Astaraf punches and kicks 11's hand trying to break free. Until Astaraf's arm turns into a blade and she tries to cut off 11's arm. 11 uses one of his cybernetic abilities that makes his arm hard like steel and says, "You can't cut me." Astaraf turns his arm into a saw, but 11's arm is equal to gold. Astaraf looks and says. Page 285. 11 You will need me. Yes, I know, my logic and my calculations know that too. 11 points a finger at the hologram clock and fires a lightning bolt and explodes it. 11 is now free, completely free. 11 releases Astaraf and says, "You don't want to die." Astaraf is quiet, as he has never faced someone so powerful, and 11 says to Alchemy, "I don't repeat, let go of that guy," says 11 firmly. Alchemy releases Angelo and 11 says, "We're leaving here." The androids keep quiet. Page 286. I know you have a human brain, here I can see the part of your brain that arouses anger, but let's go and don't be angry with me. Astaraf and Alchemy follow 11 without saying a word. They have never seen such a powerful being, however, they are not afraid, they realize that 11 wants the same thing they do. 11, Astaraf and Alchemy follow him, and they pass by everyone in Courtyard 1. People see Astaraf walking without an arm following 11 and they realize that she is an android and they say, "Wow, is she an android? What eyes are those of this guy? Isn't this guy from Patio too?" This is 11. They climb the ladder. 11 pulls the secret opening of the hideout and exits. And 11 says, "I want to know everything, and you too." "All right," says Astaraf. "And now?" says Alchemy. Page 287. As Robbins said, these companies have this Bill Waven owner and he could be the supposed Android 7. "Yes," says Astaraf. "Let's go to the Caribbean," says 11. "Yes," they say both. 11 has a quick idea and calls Bill Waven. Bill Waven replies, "Hi." And 11 hangs up. "What did you do that for?" says Astaraf. "I have a world map in me and on it I can see and feel the entire location of whoever communicates with me," says 11. Page 288. "We don't have that ability," says Astaraf. "Yes, I have." 1 week goes by. "It's here," it says 11. "Is here?" "Yes." "It must be there at the bottom, right," says one of the 10 androids. "Yes," it says 11. This 11 and more than 100 androids 8, the rest are Indiana, France. They jump into the Caribbean Sea and start swimming and looking for Bill Waven's location. Page 289. "Here I found a hole," says an android 10. All androids enter this hole swimming, and reach a part where miraculously they don't get wet and there is a climb with a huge golden door. 11 hacks the camera record and sees Bill Waven, in a yellow robe, sitting in a gold armchair with a pool full of women. Shall we break down the door? Says an android 10. No, you must never break a door, but create a key to open it, because then you will go through it and it will remain there, and you will lock it for whoever you do not want to enter, say 11. 11 opens the door hacking it, and all the androids enter and, the women see the androids coming walking behind Bill Waven who is sitting in the sun with dark glasses, and they get scared. Bill Waven looks back and sees android 10, and says in his robotic voice. Nowhere to run. Page 290. 11. Astaraf, Alchemy and other androids 10 take a picture with Bill Waven sitting in a chair and the 10 androids surrounding him and another with 11 taking a selfie with Bill Waven's head full of wires underneath, proving Bill's theory Waven be android. While he was gone, 11 sent some 10 droids to take over the hideout of the No IDs. And there are in Courtyard 2, Helen, Robbins, Melissa, Kelly, Williams and a few others at the fire pit. Until an android goes up to them and says. Here, 11 sent it to you. Kelly takes a holographic pen drive and activates it and everyone sees the pictures taken of Bill Waven dead and that he really was an android. Everyone on the patio who sees the video hugs and celebrates. And Kelly says. People have a report. Everyone sits down to watch the report on how the 10 androids were created. The end. Thank you reader. Continues.